So for the guy that was asking about like supply chain prioritization or whatever in the YouTube chat, by the way, um, I will talk about that on the stream. But also um, in general, like there's kind of like a pyramid, I guess you could say, of priorities. It's like first you need raw resources for construction, so that's like wood and iron and coal and stuff like that. Then you need industrial goods like steel, because those support your other industries like your tools. And then after that, once you have like a very healthy set of those things, you never stop building them, because as long as your economy is growing, you will always need more raw materials and more industrial goods. But after that, you're going to want to start looking into things like your military goods, because maybe you have an army that you need to give resources to, but military doesn't consume a lot of stuff, so it's pretty easy. And then after that, you'll want to look into your consumer goods, which is things like your clothes, your furniture, your plantation goods, things that your people need to get your standard of living up. I get it from Burgundy. Well, the point of this playthrough today as Belgium is mostly to, I'm going to play pretty slowly, and I'm going to try to take a lot of questions and just see what people are wondering about, because one thing, a lot of my guides are kind of like oriented towards people who are at least a little bit experienced in the game and who want to just know how to play a particular country. But I think it's important that people kind of learn something. Wait, I just realized that I'm muted. Wait, no, I'm not muted. I thought I was. I swear to God, I thought I was muted, and I wasn't muted. I think it's important that people be like we orient the guides kind of people who don't necessarily know how the game works at all. That way, we can get people who maybe have trouble with like the very basics of the game to learn. Not muted, dude. I swear for a second I had a heart attack, and I was like, dude, I was talking for a bit there, and I thought I was muted, but I was not muted. Hello from Turkey. Merhaba arkadaş. İyi geceler. Dude, me acting like I'm Turkish enough to possibly speak Turkish with a Turkish viewer. Greetings from Poland. I don't know enough Polish. I don't know enough Polish to even say hi. Fuck. Sorry. Don't know any Polish. Will there be a VOD of the stream? Yes, there will be a VOD. But I'm gonna also cut the stream into like a YouTube video and maybe put some post commentary on it. Macron's wife smash or pass? I don't smash teachers, bro. That's not very good for academic integrity. Okay, that and I also am taken. But yeah, oh, from Vancouver, yo, a local. Yo, I'm from Surrey, my guy. I'm from the part of the Lower Mainland that you should never come to if you're upper class. Okay, I'm out in Surrey. Vancouverites will know. Oh, from Siberia, yo, dude. Kind of cold out there, eh? You're going for a specific conquering such GDP goal or just winging it? Mostly just winging it and trying to explain kind of how the game works and stuff. Alright, here we are. Well, it's very bright out. The sun is out. What did academic integrity ever do for you? I mean, that is true. I did leave school, but yeah. Yeah, it's good to have academic integrity, I think. Anyway, I'm actually gonna turn off the stream music because I think we're just gonna use base Victoria theme music and we're gonna try to just like have a good run here as Belgium. Let's put on the regular music from the game. Hopefully this shouldn't be too loud or anything, eh? That's how it looks like the game's actually very quiet. Put it up a bit. Okay. Sounds alright. It's a bit loud for me. I gotta like turn on my own audio. Hold on. I got buttons on my headphones for this. Yeah. I don't want it to be so loud. Okay. And then I can jump to one for you guys. Streamer is late. Yeah, I was like 2 minutes late. I'm sorry. It happens. Maya Sigma. I'm the most Sigma person out there, my dude. I thought these are the easiest. You're gonna get them fast. Yeah, but that's not. We're not gonna focus on like super meta strategies for this run. We're gonna focus on some of the very basics of the game. Victoria 3 is obviously like a very complicated game. Well, it's funny. This always happens. Every Paradox game is when you're new, it's very complicated, and then when you're advanced, the game feels very simple, like it's solved. So, you know, we're gonna play Belgium, but we're not gonna try to do like anything super GIGACHAD. Maybe a little bit GIGACHAD, but. Do the meta strategies? We could. Okay, but anyway, this is Belgium. Okay. Um, the important the what do you call it? The big priority here is to mostly to cater towards like the super newbie players. Like for example, Tenshi here is a beginner. Why don't people automate and privatize? Never done it, but I'm wondering if it should do it and when. When you say automate, do you mean like auto expand, like this button? I assume that's what you mean. Auto expand is fine. I like to be a little more hands on though. I don't like to use auto expand, but the reason why you privatize is something I think I will get into more in a minute. Um, because like privatization exists as like okay, think of like a web of concepts. Privatization is like one piece in a pretty complicated web of how money works in the game, right? Um, so I don't want to get too bogged down in the weeds and stuff when it comes to like when it comes to explaining how the economics work, but like think of it like this government-owned industry. As a simple way to explain it, it makes 1.0k weekly balance. So if you look here, this is how much it's actually making. But then 534 of it goes to dividends, and you think, okay, that's pretty good. But if you look at our actual dividends, we see that in reality only half of it's coming in, because we only get half of government dividends. So because of this, we're effectively destroying 250, approximately 267 exactly, pounds of wealth, which could have been turned into anything else, but instead it's just destroyed. So in general, the reason why you privatize is because that way you don't have like a loss of money from the economy. Every time money is destroyed, whether that's through tax waste. So here, for example, we have tax waste. We're losing 178 pounds to tax waste, which means that's money that just leaves the economy, doesn't do anything. Every time that happens, we're basically playing like suboptimally, right? So now it's destroyed. Isn't it only for propaganda? Well, it's destroyed in the sense that it's like removed. So if you look at a market, like all of the sell orders of all goods, unless they're from trade routes, multiplied by their price makes up your GDP. And when you have like you want to basically use that GDP effectively, right? So you don't want any of the profits from the GDP production to be wasted. So if it is, then you're kind of like throwing money away, right? I mean, how it would be removed. I don't know. I don't know. The game doesn't really explain what it means by. For example, okay. So for example, if you look here, when we see 534 dividends coming into Belgium, and then we look at our actual dividends, we see that it's half as much. This money doesn't. I don't know where it goes, but it doesn't exist anymore. It just disappears. It's gone. And the negatives to privatization is you get less income, I guess you could say. So for example, like although we're making half the dividends for here, we would be getting zero if we privatized it, but then we also would be the capitalists are getting all of it. So it's like, yeah, you know, tax law was really gamey. It is gamey. It absolutely is gamey. It is what it is. What do you research first? Okay. What do you research first? Depends on what you're starting as. A big priority tech for any country is stock exchange because of the market access price impact. This is one reason I want to get this. But I also like to get water tube boiler. This is also a good one to get for your industry. By the way, okay, let's not get too bogged down here. I'm getting bogged down in the weeds. Okay, we're gonna start with one basic principle before we take on too many questions. Okay, I'm gonna do one sort of basic principle in Victoria 3, and that is de-peasanting. Okay, a lot of people kind of wonder like, okay, how do you actually increase like SOL? How do you increase GDP? And a lot of times the thing about increasing SOL you'll hear is that you need to decrease the cost of goods that are consumed, right? Okay. So I'm gonna have a little bit of iced tea here. Instead of water, I have iced tea. So if you decrease the cost of consumed goods, you're gonna increase your standard of living. That's true. But a really good way to increase your standard of living is to give people jobs, right? If you look at peasants, so let's take a look at a peasant here. We have a lot of them here in Flanders. 1.4 million. We'll look at the Flemish ones because it's the biggest cohort. Okay. If you look at their economy, you see that this pop group, which is like over 1 million in size, makes 30,000 weekly income, which is, you know, mostly from their subsistence output. And that's not a lot of money. It's the reason why it looks like a lot is because there's over 1 million of them. If we look at, you know, it's a very small number. Okay. So they're not making a ton of money, and they're able to spend that money on this stuff. Okay. but we could definitely like massively increase this income if we just gave them work to do, right? Give them something to do that isn't like working as a peasant. So for example, if we go into the actual subsistence farms and we take a look at the wages being paid here, a peasant makes so they make a fifth. So here, this is how much they make, okay? They make 1/5 the wage of a laborer, because base wage is just like laborer wages. So I think we have some laborers probably in here somewhere. Look at the wages for a laborer. They make the base wage, which is 3.99 right now. This number is calculated based on standard of living, so you know it kind of cumulatively gets higher. But a peasant makes 1/5 the income of your lowest class worker, right? And then farmers will make, I think, maybe double. Interesting, it doesn't list it properly. It's broken tooltip, you know. It's Victoria 3. What do you expect? Yeah, there it is. Okay, double. They make double. Okay. So we want to get people out of the subsistence farms and into real jobs. Not to denigrate the importance of the subsistence farmer, of course. We want to get them, you know, out of those jobs. So we would do that by making buildings that have employment, right? So for example, we have these mines here. This is where profitability kind of matters, is that if we look at, for example, these explosive factories, they don't really make any money. So if we were to build one of these, it wouldn't be able to hire anyone. In fact, they're probably going to see once we unpause the game that this building is going to start losing its cash reserves and then start losing employment. And those pops are going to go back to being peasants probably. So we want to create jobs that will have good profits so that the capitalists can pay the peasants to work better jobs. Now, the reason why this matters, because again, you might say, okay, so we're going to increase the prosperity of our peasants, right? So they're going to gain standard of living. They're going to get new jobs and gain standard of living. That's cool. Why does that matter? The reason why that matters is because look at their expenses. Part of what they pay is an income tax. Okay? So when a pop pays an income tax, that's how we translate, that's how we extract wealth from our economy into our budget. So if you look here, we're making like 7,500 K in income taxes. And that's all fine and good. We're also making almost 10K in poll taxes. These are taxes that are paid by peasants because they're peasants. Basically, like all peasants just pay a tax to exist, called a land tax. See here, they're paying a land tax. The land tax is 0.35. Okay. Now this is another reason why peasants kind of suck. Okay, they pay 0.35 in land tax, but the per capita tax on a for example, these guys are unemployed, but let's look at someone a little better. The per capita tax on everyone that's not a peasant is much higher. So a per capita tax is 0.7. Okay? So for that reason, we want to get people out of the subsistence farms and into, you know, regular jobs. The reason why we want that is because we have per capita taxation. So if you're on land-based taxation, it can actually be better. For example, land-based taxation here gives 0.7 land tax, whereas per capita only gives 0.35. So if you're on land-based taxation, you may actually gain more tax out of having peasants than you would normally. But at the same time, we want our peasants to basically pay like, what do you call it? We want every peasant to get a better life anyway. Doesn't every pot pays the poll tax? Yes, but they pay different numbers. So the per capita tax is 0.7 on the per capita taxation, but peasants pay half that. So the poll tax and the land tax and per capita tax are lumped together as poll taxes, but they are separate in a way. They're like separate because one of them is on peasants. That's like half as much compared to on the regular people. Regular people. I don't know. That sounds so mean. I'm not trying to be mean to the peasants, okay? But they're kind of a waste, all right? So then the question is, how do we make new jobs? Well, we need to make buildings, right? And the buildings do. Where do qualifications, literacy fit in the system? So qualification is basically like every pop has like a literacy number. So again, we'll go back to the peasants again. We'll take a look at, you know, I don't know, you know, these peasants here. These guys have a literacy rate of 41%. So this is because of the education access, and they're going to start basically gaining literacy rate up to their education access. To become a certain job type, you need a certain level of literacy and wealth, depending on the job. So if we let's look at a farmer as an example. There's no hard number for this, okay? There's no number that's listed as the minimum requirement to become a farmer. But if we look, maybe there is actually, and I just have never found it. It may exist. I don't believe it exists. But it says here a description that potential increases with greater wealth. So any pop can become a farmer, so you don't have a literacy requirement, but greater wealth makes it easier, and then peasants and laborers have an easy time becoming farmers. I'm really sorry. I don't think there's numbers for this that I've ever found where you can see like exactly how it works. If we look at like, for example, a machinist, we should see they should have some kind of literacy requirement. Cops with minimal literacy can become machinists, potential increase with greater literacy. So literacy determines how many people can convert basically to becoming the new job type, which we see they have 54% literacy, so checks out. If we look at maybe something a little more advanced, like if we take a look at, do we have any engineers around? Are there any engineers? There's an engineer, okay. Engineers probably require a lot more, so you see 76%. If you read about it, it says only pops with adequate literacy can become engineers. Potential increases with greater literacy and wealth, and then it lists who can easily become. So essentially, you have this tiered system where peasants are at the bottom. Then there's like laborers. Then maybe like you have a bit of another field of like farmers, machinists, so on. Then you have like clerks and shopkeepers. Each one has a different requirement, but basically, higher literacy is always good. Now, when you're Belgium, okay, when you're Belgium, you already have good enough literacy for most jobs. You don't have to worry about it too much. Nations like Britain, you know, like you've already got 56% literacy average. You're already number one. You're never gonna have a qualification problem as Britain or as like Sweden or as most of these countries. Where you'll have literacy problems is Russia, 14%. So you're gonna have examples where you have peasants who could be working better jobs but who can't because they don't read good. Okay, that can happen. It also happens obviously in like China. Japan, funnily enough, because of the Terraquois system, actually is fine. They don't even have to worry about literacy problems. They're good, but yeah. How to get started as a resource-poor nation, but it's pretty well-rounded. But what about, say, landlocked nations, especially outside of Europe? We can take a look at something like, say, maybe like the Marina Kingdom at some point. We can start from a more subsistence economy. But I would honestly recommend, if you're very new to the game, you should not start as those countries, because you'll just get fucked. Like, if you start as, like, the Marina Kingdom or something, like, I think their literacy is, like, what is their literacy? Like, 4% literacy? Like, you're gonna be stuck doing nothing until you get this number up, because you can't really do much. It's better to start as someone like Belgium for a little while. Either way, okay. We need to make jobs, and we see that we have 170,000 peasants in Wallonia, so let's make some jobs. We're going to start off with some very basic ones. We see that the iron mines aren't profitable, but this is kind of a lie. This is because most of our iron is consumed by our construction industries, and we're not currently building anything. So if I just like click this a couple times, we'll see that then there's going to be an increase in demand for iron, and we can also increase that demand by making some sectors. So yeah. Heading from colonization, mostly to get resources. That's mostly what you do for it. Okay. So we're gonna start making some jobs. I think actually, rather than do this, because this would require me to explain more about goods, I'm actually just gonna stop. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, we're just going to we're gonna start with some tools. The better heuristic, when you get better at the game, you'll get a better idea of how to predict the economy. Because you saw there that I made like an inference about the price of iron. But a better way to start, if you're very new to the game and don't know how to predict prices like that, is just find something that's profitable and check for the predicted earnings per week, and just pick something that has good earnings per week. So let's look at these tools. Let's make ourselves a little tool industry, right? Let's click this until it's negative. So you see here now it's negative. Let's stop building it. That's basically the best heuristic I can give you in terms of what to do. It's like, okay, it's not profitable anymore. Stop building it. Let's wait for those to build, and we'll watch some peasants come in. We're going to play very slowly and very suboptimally for the purpose of demonstration. So for example, right now, a better player would be putting down like road maintenance, putting down like social mobility, we'd be putting some interest down, we'd be trying to do diplomacy and stuff. But we're just going to focus on building some stuff to demonstrate how jobs work. Britain are making 3.39k, and there's a budget. Budget is not the end-all be-all when it comes to the game. It might feel like it is, because this feels like it's... People often equate the budget in Victoria 3 to your income in, for example, EU4, but it's not quite the same. The budget is more like how much of your economy you're willing to sacrifice in order to have more control over your country. So when I collect taxes, this is like money that I can use for things like the army. I can use it for construction. I can use it for bureaucracy in order to make bureaucracy that I can then use on institutions. So that's what taxes are. But ultimately, like, it's not a sign of a healthy country if the income is good for the government. In fact, it's usually bad if you're just hoarding money. How do I keep iron profitable not using construction sectors? Well, generally speaking, there's never going to be a situation where you're not using your construction sectors. But to make iron expensive, you can either export it or you can make things that use iron, like steel. So steel, for example, consumes iron. Anything that consumes it. So if you look at the applications, everything here consumes iron in some way or another. So just build more of these. I think that the fear about France coming after you in this game as Belgium is kind of unfounded. France almost never goes after Belgium. Here and there they do, but if you're friends with Britain, then you're fine. If you just improve relations with both of them, they'll never come after you. At least in my experience, anyway. Yeah, I saw that goblin guy. Turkey was funny in the Olympics with the guy that came in with the hand in his pocket, shot and got silver, walked out. GIGACHAD. So let me keep an eye on chat here. I don't want to miss too many questions, but I will say, okay, a lot of viewers in the YouTube chat. I'm gonna miss some questions. So if I miss a question, feel free to repeat it, or if you really want to get my attention, okay, not to shill, do like a $1 super chat or something, or ping me in Discord. That would also work. I'll see the ping in Discord if you ping me. Anyway, so we just finished here. So that we just finished a tooling sector here, or tooling workshop, and we see it's already employing. So we've got so many peasants, right? The peasants are gonna just drain out of the subsistence farms and immediately go into this workshop. So if you look where they're being hired from, looks like we're unemployed. We had some unemployed people, but we should see some people that were peasants coming in. If we take a look. Any peasants come in? Okay, well, they're all coming from other jobs. But listen, okay, I'm right. Okay, they're coming in. They're coming in. Okay. What may be happening is that these peasants are exiting the subsistence farms, and then they're becoming unemployed and then joining the job. It's not always clear exactly where they're coming from, but the point is that we're de-peasanting is what we're going for here. We see we've lost some peasants. Some are coming back. There's always a bit of oscillation. It's hard to have like a super consistent like track of where the employment goes, because everything oscillates all the time. But we're trying to make this peasant number 0 if we can. To be clear, this will have some consequences for us in the future, because peasants also produce most of the food, right? So we're actually going to have problems with grain production. If we look at our sell orders, actually most of it's from wheat farms. We're probably fine then. Well, how would you play as a puppet nation, then climb way to the top without any cheese, for example, like the Philippines? Well, puppets are interesting because you have like the benefit of being part of your overlord's I'll pause for a second. You have the benefit of being part of your overlord's market, so you can take advantage of migration and stuff, but you also have to pay like taxes to them, right? So you probably would want to build up like an independent economy if you can, and then get independence eventually. All right, anyway, we're having a trouble. We're having a trouble. Nice. We're having problems here with the weekly balance. So we see that we're paying too much, it looks like, for steel and wood. If you look at our inputs here, we're paying 2.95k for wages. Wages are determined by, so if you look at basically it's determined by the wealth need to sustain, the average wage to sustain the wealth in the state. So we can't really do much to influence this. One interesting way you can depress the wages in a business is to raise taxes, because then pops will be less wealthy, because they're going to be like they call it, they're going to be paying more money into taxes. So for example, if we look at our workforce here, look at these engineers. If we look at their economy, we can see that they're spending most of their money on their needs, right? Most of it's on tea. So there's all kinds of like more weird ways you can change wages and stuff by, for example, making pops wealthier or making them poorer. But the main way would be to, like, you know, increase or decrease their taxes. The thing is that in general, when it comes to making a place more profitable, we don't want to reduce wages, because wages are good. We want the workers to make more money, because workers buy things. So if we look at, again, if you go back to these engineers are buying stuff. So they're buying tea, they're buying clothes, and when they buy these things, this will produce profits for, you guessed it, you know, our clothes, right? You can see here that our clothes aren't even that profitable, mostly because fabric is so expensive. But they're going to increase the price on these clothes, as we can see by the pop consumption. So we don't want to reduce wages, generally speaking. That's probably a bad idea. Instead, we want to decrease the cost of their goods. So we see that wood's expensive, and steel is kind of expensive. Steel actually is pretty balanced. So steel is about where it should be, but wood is expensive. So let's try to make wood cheaper. So rather than continue building this tooling workshop, we're going to go down here. And one thing we can immediately do, We don't have to always build more stuff in order to increase our efficiency. We can instead change production methods. So we see here that we're making hardwood and we're making regular wood. We don't really have that much demand for hardwood compared to regular wood. So I'm just going to go here and I'm just going to say prioritize softwood production. You see the game agrees with me here. It believes that this will increase the balance, but it's going to make hardwood more expensive. So if we do this, now we should see that the tools will have an easier time being profitable. They're not in the, they're not in the black yet. They're still a little too expensive on wood, but they've gotten a little better. But now we have to check, did our choice to make hardwood more expensive mess with other industries? For example, our furniture. In this case, it looks like the furniture can sustain the extra cost of the hardwood, so it's probably fine. We don't have to worry about it. But we want to continue to cheapen the input goods for this, so let's build some more logging camps. We're gonna build up like, I mean, we can build these to a lot before they stop being profitable. So let's build 7 of these. We'll wait for those to build. You might think it's interesting that tools are being used to produce wood, and then the wood is being used to make tools that will then be used to make more wood. So we're getting an infinite loop here. But keep in mind that we're consuming 15 tools to produce 185 wood, compared to consuming 141 wood to make 378 tools. So we're obviously making way more tools out of that wood than what it's costing us, which, if it wasn't the case, then that would be really screwed up. We're back to being profitable here. This is probably because the numbers updated after we changed the production good. What determines which buildings the private construction queue builds? Like job seeker structure. I didn't find anything online in the files where you get massive unused investment pool. So remember that the investment pool uses your construction sectors. So if you have unused investment pools, because you don't have enough construction sectors to make use of it. And in fact, I believe there's a warning for that. Maybe not in here. I think the game warns you when you don't have enough construction. I don't know. It might be somewhere else. We probably should change government. But the way to get the way that the private queue only checks profitability and nothing else. Because remember that the interest of the capitalists is just to make money, right? So all the capitalists are doing is checking for this number, the earnings weekly. Not even productivity. They don't care about productivity. They care about the earnings. So they just check, and they're just like, okay. Can we make more money? Yes. And basically they'll just scan the entire market for whatever's profitable. They do take into account, for example, you actually see here that we can see this happening in real time. They saw that we needed wood because our tooling industry is going to be requiring wood. So the capitalists started making logging camps for me. This is probably because the private queue saw that I was making more tools and was like, we need to make some wood to account for that. Reddit famous? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, obviously, generalist. So, generalist, I would say, is better at the game than me. I don't need to. I have no shame in saying that. But he plays a lot more slowly. I tend to play a lot faster. When it comes to like Ludi guides, like I haven't watched a lot of the Ludi Victoria 3 guides, but I know that he focuses a lot on the budget. And obviously here I'm letting my budget inflate because I'm trying to keep things simple, but we probably want to actually drop taxes, to be honest. But like, generally speaking, the focus on the budget is always a downfall of a new player. This number is not that important. It's not as nearly as important as you think. The person's asking about construction sectors and when to know to build them. If you ever are running a positive balance, build more construction. If you have an investment pool that's piling up, build more construction. And other than that, you're good. Like, that's basically when you know to build it. Also, what's happening in the Netherlands? I was curious. Britain's invading. Jesus. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to see what that was. What skills you need to get an internship in Paradox? Probably a little bit of C++. I don't know what language they use, By the way, we're building up more of this logging camps, and we can see here that I'm surprised at how much the weekly balance has increased. Maybe because more tool demand has gone up or something. But we're decreasing the price of wood. You see now it's below the balance number. So we're slowly fixing it up. We can probably go back to building that tooling industry now. And we can probably see in these logging camps, we should see that there's probably new workers here. We should see that there's even fewer peasants, 169,000. And we'll see as we go, we're probably going to see our income tax increase. This is because I dropped taxes, by the way. I dropped taxes, which is why this went lower. But you see how this is arcing up ever so slightly? The fact that this is arcing up is because we're giving out more jobs. We should see our poll taxes also increasing. Again, we dropped taxes. It's pretty flat because we're not it's only been a year in the game, right? You don't really feel the consequences of your buildings for a while in the game usually. So you don't get immediate feedback. That's another reason why it's hard to play the game sometimes. There's no immediate feedback. so that's why it's tough. We're getting a thing. I don't care about this. Okay. I'm mostly going to click through events and not really care that much because I'm focusing more on the economy. By the way, in theory, okay, for those of you that are a little more intermediate to advanced skilled, you should be like declaring interests and you should be colonizing, you should be doing all kinds of stuff as Belgium, but we're just focusing in on getting peasants out of here as like a way to keep it simple. How do you cope as a small country with no demand for any resources? Feel like nothing is profitable? Well, you can create demand with trade, but let's say you have a closed economy for the purpose of, you know, the question, right? Let's say you have isolationism. Then you need to create the demand for the goods by simply building them and subsidizing them. So a good example I'd give is, let's say you're the Marina Kingdom and you want to create demand for coffee, but the marina market probably doesn't have any coffee in it, right? So how can anyone buy it if no one is selling it, right? That's the first question you have to ask. If no one's selling it, no one's going to buy it. So you might immediately look at this. In fact, we can actually just, for the purpose of... Oh, fuck, wrong button. For the purpose of... I didn't mean to open a lobby. Oops. Fine. For the purpose of demonstration here, let's say that I swap to the Marina Kingdom for a second, and I were to go here, and I want to bake some coffee. Now, it does say it will make some earnings, and this is because the wages are so low that that even though coffee has, like, a no price, it'll still be profitable. But what about something... maybe like fruit? People consume fruit. It's hard to demonstrate this in something like the Marina Kingdom because no matter what you build, it'll be profitable. It doesn't matter what you make because the wages are so low, because the standard of living is so low. But you make a good and people will come to purchase it. Also, how do I close the lobby? Can I get rid of this? I accidentally fucking opened it to the multiplayer. Whatever, it's fine. Let's go back to Belgium. Basically, the answer basically is that you need to make the demand by producing the good and then watching the pops come to purchase it. Apparently, we're not researching anymore. Get that, sure. Figured while with servants was take with foreign investment. I'm kind of mixed foreign investment. It's like, it feels like not really much point to it a lot of the time, but I don't know. Might as well do it. When should I privatize, nationalize? When should I let other nations build in me? So you privatize when you prioritize profits on the industry. So for example, if we look at this tool industry, the throughput is being harmed by the fact that some of this is government owned. Not a lot, to be fair, not a ton. But if I were to privatize this, which it probably won't immediately privatize because we don't have enough money in the investment pool for it. But if we privatize these, then they're going to get a larger throughput, which means they'll produce more goods. If we keep it government owned, we can in theory make some more profits. But I'm being totally honest with you. Like I'm just being real, okay? There's never really a situation where government owned is kind of better. Like I've really tried to do like interventionist, like government owned runs before. The amount of money that you make on most industries is so pitiful compared to how much you can make from the investment pool. So consider like the financial district in Wallonia, right? They're making like 938 in dividends from the tooling workshops, okay? Now some of that's going to get paid out to the workforce. It's going to get paid out to the capitalists, right? Now, 2,000 of this total is going to reinvestment, which means it goes into the investment pool. But keep in mind that when this money is paid out to the capitalists, it doesn't mean that it gets hoarded away. They're spending the money. So they're going to spend money on stuff, which will then also increase profits on other buildings, which will then also create more reinvestment. There's a compounding effect, right? So generally speaking, it's usually just not a good idea to nationalize. The only time it can be good is foreign stuff. So for example, if let's say Britain had a bunch of stuff in my country, like they had a bunch of my iron mines, then I'd want to nationalize those so that the profits wouldn't leave my country. Who's gonna get hired here? Curious. Missing the button to sell the buildings, or does it happen automatically? You have to click this and hit. You have to hit privatize or enable privatization, like I did on the two industries. This will basically put them up for sale, and then the investment pool will purchase them over time. Nationalize for corn laws? I guess, yeah. Like you could try to. The thing is, it's so expensive, but you could, for example, nationalize all your farms. And if you did this, it would increase the price of wheat. Did I take a major in economics compared to Vic 3? No, Vic 3 doesn't. Vic 3 uses like imaginary economics, to be honest. So no, I wouldn't say so. Rich people spend most of their money. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like that in reality, right? But in the game, it is like that. Rich people do spend their money. The way to turn off the private construction? Well, the only way to truly turn it off is to go command economy. This would turn off the private sector completely, command economy. But if you have an issue where your private sector is only making like whaling stations and stuff, then you need to create demand for goods that aren't, you know, oil and whaling stations and things like that. You need to basically create a situation where making furniture would be profitable. So let's say, for example, let's say that I had a problem where all my capitalists were choosing to make like something useless like fish. Okay, sorry to the Scandinavians. All right, let's say that happened. Well, I'd rather that they make tools. So I need to make a situation where tools are more profitable than fish. Now, in this case, in the case of my country, fish are not that profitable compared to tools. But if they were, I would want to go in here and I'd want to increase, or rather decrease, the price of steel and wood by making more steel and more wood. That way, you know, that way you can have a more profitable tool industry, and then your capitalists will make it. So, for example, here, my capitalists are making tools because they see that tools are making good money. So they're like, yeah, that sounds good. For the guy asking about how to get debt, by the way, I don't even understand the question, because you get debt by, like, lowering your taxes. Like, you can just do that. You can just click all these buttons. Make more construction sectors. I don't even know how to answer that question. just, you know. When should you build in your own country, and when should you just import? You should always choose to build in your own country if you can. But for example, I can't make dyes in Belgium, so for that reason I import dyes. So if we look here at my dyes, these are all through. Well, actually, we don't have any dyes. We just choose to make. We just accept that we have none, but still consume some anyway, because Victorian economics is funny. Or rather, no, here we go. Never mind. We do have some. It's just that it wasn't the local market. This is the toll market. We're importing from Britain because we can't make dyes. So in that case, we have to import, right? In fact, we probably should import more. Let's import some from the Dutch. We have to import because we can't make them. But generally speaking, if you can, you do want to make it yourself, because then you can get the profits from it, right? If we look at our market balance, we can see that we probably have a negative balance. Yeah, so we're importing more than we're exporting. And that means that, like, we're not doing a good job of creating profitable trade, but trade is a whole other beast. Let's not worry about trade right now. As a smaller or poorer nation, is good to let foreign investments in your country and nationalize later. That can be a good strategy, but the problem with it is, so you're not going to develop a good capitalist base if you let everything get controlled by foreign countries. For example, if Britain controls all my profitable tools, then the capitalists that own this, sorry, I forget, it's here that we check. The capitalists that own the tooling workshops, they're not going to be able to create dividends that will then go to the investment pool. So we're going to have trouble creating a capitalist class. As Belgium, as you can see, we already have very powerful industrialists, so we don't have to worry about, like, you know, making a capitalist class. But let's say you're playing like Sokoto or something, right? Sokoto, if you look at their politics, they have like basically just aristocrats. They don't have any like capitalists, right? If we were playing Sokoto, we would not want to let in too many foreign investments because they would dominate the market and we wouldn't be able to make any good capitalists, right? We have trouble modernizing our country. Did you check we need to be looking in the goods in the market folder? Yeah, yeah, definitely. One solid strategy is sort by the highest price and just continuously build whatever's expensive until it's not expensive anymore, and repeat this loop until ad nauseum. It's a bit of a basic strategy, but you can absolutely do that. If you look at what we're building here, we're still making, looks like we're making more lumber. We're starting to probably make too much lumber. Let's privatize these, because we want to get more throughput. Our lumber is becoming less profitable because we're making too much of it, so let's find ways to use this lumber. So if you look at the applications, we could use it in paper, tools, furniture, lots of stuff. I think we probably want to use it for something that we, like, you know, that is profitable. But here's where we should talk about some economic planning, right? Okay. So the reason why the strat of just make whatever is expensive doesn't always work is because you want to plan your economy to some extent. You want to think ahead, right? Now I know that I'm going to start making more construction sectors, and construction sectors are going to need iron. So I'm like, even though iron is not super well, it's actually pretty profitable, but even though iron will not be profitable, you know, for long, if I keep building more of it, I'm going to build a lot of it with the intention of later on, or perhaps even very soon, making construction sectors. One thing we're running into a problem with though is that we are running out of infrastructure. Infrastructure, we just need more railways, but then we see that we're running out of engines too. So you know, we need to also make some railways. So we're gonna do that. We also need engine. Do a little supply chain. See, this is what's called planning, right? So I know what expenses are coming up. I know that I'm gonna need engines, although I already need them right now. We can import them for now. Well, we kind of can't. Nobody really makes engines. We're gonna need them soon, so I'm building them now, and I've queued up stuff. So we see that we've queued up things here, and this is kind of like me doing some economic planning, right? We're gonna do the construction sectors first because I want to get my construction going. But yeah. One of my goals for Belgium, mostly just to teach people a bit about how the economy works in the game. You can still get capitalist after nationalizing everything but privatizing. Investment pool will be spent by any pop, which then becomes capitalist or landowner. Not if you don't have very good... so if you look at... One thing to keep in mind about how capitalists are born, you know, it sounds funny to word it that way. I need to look in my country. The requirements to become a capitalist are based on mostly wealth, from what I understand. If you look at a capitalist here, I think overview. Oh my god, bro, I need to. How do I stop being a endgame? No, we will not. We will not allow people to join the game. Okay. There you go. Okay. Sorry, I'll explain this in a second. I accidentally hosted a multiplayer game, and I'm a literal idiot. Not even you, dude. Someone's trolling, bro. Someone's trolling. By the way, we shouldn't be in a multiplayer game anymore. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. By the way, okay, capitalists. If you look at them, what produces a capitalist is they need to have wealth. So it's going to be hard to have a lot of wealth if everything is foreign owned. So a good way to get capitalists usually is through the shopkeepers, since it tells you here they have the easy time. But you'd think it's relatively easy. You'd think it's relatively easy to create capitalists like as Sokoto. But you see, these shopkeepers only have 12 standard living. So shopkeepers can become capitalists. It's not as hard for them. But like their literacy is 12%, their wealth is like 12. It's gonna be hard for them to upgrade to a capitalist. Which is why you want to avoid letting your stuff be foreign owned too often. Although if you look at our GDP, we see that we're growing the GDP. This is because we're creating more goods. You turbo boost your liberalism as a less advanced nation, thinking turbo liberal Persia, for example. Well, so like ultimately the best way to like liberalize a country is just to make the right kind of jobs. So in terms of which pops will tend towards more liberal politics, it's usually richer ones that will tend towards more capitalism, more liberalism in general. So for example, don't worry about this. If we look at like the way that the engineers choose to support stuff, they tend to support the industrialists and the petite bourgeoisie. The petite bourgeoisie aren't super liberal, but they're more liberal than say like the landowners, right? But if you look at a laborer, so if you look at a laborer over here, for example, they're probably going to support like, well, they're actually they don't even care about politics, these ones, but there should be some that do care about politics somewhere. Let's see if we can find them. They might not even care about politics, in which case they also are not good for your politics, right? Yeah, it looks like the laborers don't actually really support any group right now. Maybe we need different text to get that to go. The machinists, though, also don't care. Wow, okay. So, yeah, my point is still proven either way, even if I'm a little off on that. I would have thought they would support the landowners or something, or like the religious folk. But generally speaking, richer pops will tend to support just groups that are a little more liberal. Like shopkeepers, again, petite bourgeoisie is not very liberal, but some of them support the industrialists, you see here. Some of them do. So we want to get them to do that. That way you can get more liberalization going. Urban tech is needed. I believe you're right. I believe it is this tech that makes the workers start supporting interest groups. I believe you're right about that. We're having an election right now. Villain. Can petite bourgeoisie be good for the country? Definitely, yeah. So it depends on who's leading them, right? So here we have a moderate. They're not really doing much. But the petite bourgeoisie do support laws that you might want, like secret police. They support, I mean, beyond that, not really much, to be honest. But they're better than landowners, okay? Because I could, for example, find myself a person. This guy's like a land reformer, for example, so we could use him to get off of serfdom. They can be good, not always. It just depends on what you're going for. There in the current state of Belgium right now, bourgeoisie aren't that useful compared to others, but they're not bad. As well as just give them a vote. That could also be it. Yeah, it might be that. They might not. Well, they usually support a scoop. Whether what the voting does. One thing to keep in mind about voting, it doesn't change who can vote. It changes how much their vote matters. So I can't, bro. So you see here that. Oh, never mind. It does have wealth threshold voting. Never mind, they do. Okay, this was changed. I didn't notice this. This was changed from what do you call it, from like old patches. It used to be that only this number existed, the political strength per vote, and then you would get wealth, like the clout generated per wealth was different, but now it's a little different, it looks like. What's up, Jared Kitsune? How you doing? How's our investment pool, by the way? So we were building up an investment pool here. I think we're getting a warning about it, probably. No, getting a warning. But yeah, we're building up an investment pool now, which means that we probably don't have enough construction. But that's fine. You can see our price of iron has gone up because of our construction industries. Am I Belgian? Yes. How's Mega conversion coming along? I kind of put it on the back burner for a bit because Victoria 3's DLC came out, but it's chilling. I have it and everything. It's just a bit on the back burner. Let's import some fabric. Eat it. The Brits. Belgium is a country of all time. It sure is, yeah. So in terms of like how things are going right now, like our budget's kind of sinking a little bit, and we do pay a pretty high interest rate, so we don't necessarily want to let that happen too much. I might raise taxes a little bit just to fix it up. You know, isn't too bad. We'll see. I don't think I'm gonna have to because I can privatize things too. One thing I'll say is that the point of this is to show off like the power of de-peasanting. What is qualifications? How can I get them? You build universities to get qualifications, and also get education. Qualifications are like your pop's ability to work a better job. So if we look at something like, you know, these laborers here, their literacy is 25.6, and they're gonna go up to 52%. As their literacy increases, they're gonna become more qualified to work in better jobs. I don't know. You can't really check. We can't really check their qualifications from here, can we? We can't check what they could do. But basically, if we look in here in Bologna and we look in the qualifications section, we can see that we have some potential engineers. So we see here that we have 14,000 people who could be engineers, but who are stuck doing worse jobs. So there's 10,000 peasants that are intelligent enough to be engineers who can't be because there aren't any engineer jobs. There's a couple other people as well, but these are basically like people who are working worse jobs than they should be. When did you decide when to build universities? Usually when I'm trying to like research a lot of tech. What point would you want to construct a university? Probably when your budget's a bit healthier, and when you've established like a pretty strong capitalist base who can handle your economy for you. But in the early game, you do most of your own building because you don't have a ton of investment pool, so you have to control what you're building so you can build the right stuff. But eventually, as you go, you're gonna let your economy's probably going to transition towards being more and more privatized if you're playing in a smart way. More and more capitalism will kind of take control of your country and charge your economy. Then you can worry about other stuff. De-peasanting sounds unpleasant. I see what you did there. Kind of, I guess. It is quite pleasant to de-peasant because they're going to pay so much more in taxes. If we look at our graph here, it's still pretty flat, but it's getting higher. It's hard to see. I wish that it was easier to demonstrate this kind of thing, because trust me when I say that them getting jobs is increasing our tax income. To be fair, we swapped countries and that kind of screwed up our graph, but we will be gaining more money because the peasants are de-peasanting. Universities do not increase education access. They only increase qualifications. Education access is only increased through schools and some other stuff. Would you rather fight one horse-sized chicken or 10 chicken-sized horses? I feel like... I don't even know. I feel like probably the chicken-sized horses. That would probably be easier. What's better, Secret Police or National Guard? I usually prefer Secret Police to National Guard. I don't really like National Guard much. Like, it's fine. The conscription rate can be good, I guess. Like, this can be pretty alright, the conscription rate. But I like the Secret Police because then you can suppress such groups better. one thing we can do to help with our budget is we can add some consumption taxes. So, you know, we have authority, right? Let's use it. Let's put some consumption taxes on things. A quick lesson about consumption taxes in general is that different pops consume different things, right? So in general, as a general heuristic, we want to take any given pop who is poor and we'd like to make them rich, because when they're rich, they will buy more things and they will be able to increase the wages in their area. And the more they buy, the more profitable our industries get. So we don't want to add consumption taxes to things that pops consume who are of low tier. So we see here that engineers consume liquor. If you look at his expenses, he's probably paying a consumption tax on his liquor, so yeah, and his services. Now, engineers are relatively wealthy. They're the middle ground, okay? They're relatively wealthy. So giving them consumption taxes isn't so bad. I'd say it's okay to give them taxes. In general, we want to put consumption taxes on goods that are consumed by the richest pops, like the capitalists. Because if you look at the capitalists over here, for example, they are very, very, very, very wealthy. And they are spending a lot of money on stuff. So proportionally speaking, if we were to add a consumption tax to, say, tea, let's try that, right? Let's see about tea, where is it? So we add it to tea, it's not really gonna like change their standard of living very much. So they're gonna be spending like, see, let's play the game for a second. They're gonna be spending like a tiny bit of their money on consumption taxes compared to how much of their total income. So it's probably better to generally put consumption taxes on the richer people as opposed to the poorer ones. For example, if you do this, this looks attractive because it's 2k income for 500 authority. First of all, 500 authority is a ripoff. But second of all, if we do this, okay, our pops are going to suddenly be spending a lot more money on grain. Because if we look at what the average consumer of grain is, so if we look at our market, most of the grain consumers are going to be relatively poor. So it's half of all grain consumption is from the laborers, 307 of 603. So laborers consume most of it. So if you look at the economy of the laborers, let's just, I don't know, pick laborers from here. These guys are spending 26% of their income on grain. If we were to add a consumption tax, that would add an additional, if we just, I'm not going to keep this tax here. This is just for demonstration purposes, okay? Do not do this. We have to pass a day, I think, to put the consumption tax to go in. So now he's spending an additional 17 on grain, which is pretty significant when his income is this low, compared to, like, you know, an additional 100 on the capitalists. So we're not going to do that. There's a ridiculous amount of money, and instead we'll put a consumption tax maybe on like meat, you know, something like that. What about service taxes? Services are mostly consumed by middle tier and upper tier pops. So for example, engineers consume services. Oh well, maybe not these ones. Most services are consumed by, we can check in our market here, are consumed by upper class pops. So we can only look at them locally, but consumed by pops. We can see who does it. So 61 capitalists, a third, more or less. I'm doing some boy math there. About a third of services are consumed by capitalists. Now keep in mind, 32 laborers are consuming it. Remember that laborers make up a ungodly large number of pops compared to how many capitalists there are. So 32 out of however many laborers that are in the market is like nothing, right? Compared to 61 out of the much smaller number of capitalists in the market. So capitalists consume a lot more, and then you see that shopkeepers do, farmers do. In general, it's pretty okay to put a tax on services because it's mostly consumed by capitalists. So if you look at Flanders, same thing here probably. 37 capitalists, 23 shopkeepers, 21 clerks, 20 laborers. You know, it's everyone consumes them, but it's mostly capitalists. Would you play the first 5 years? I was playing as Belgium, but I quickly swapped nations to the Marina Kingdom to demonstrate something, and then I swapped back. We've been playing as Belgium the whole time. We didn't even unpause the game when we played as when we swapped off. Let's privatize these. Oh, they are privatized. Okay, cool. They're privatizing. We need more. We need a lot more motors, but it looks like we're working on that. I'm gonna actually subsidize these. So one thing about subsidies is that they don't just they don't just cover negative costs. In this case, they're not paying anything, but they also force pops in. So if you look here, that pops are going to basically, in droves, mass fill this employment. It basically forces people to change jobs to go here. Is there a way to return to Munka? In a way of speaking, I guess there kind of is. You could you could like you could do like regressive laws. Like if I were to change off of homesteading back to serfdom, it's very difficult as Belgium because your landowners are already very marginalized. But you can try to power up your landowners. Does auto expand hurt more than it helps? I just don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really use auto expand, generally speaking. I just don't bother with this because I just like to manage my economy more closely. The reason why you might use this, a good place to use it is if you have a very large country, and you were deciding to use electricity. So the only place where I use auto expand is on electrical power plants because the power plants are very annoying to manage. I don't know if I don't think it really hurts you, but like it's just kind of whatever. Like for example, I could set these to auto expand, and then it'll probably add some to the construction queue, I would imagine, at some point. But it's like whatever. I don't really, I don't usually use it personally. It did add some, yeah, construction queue. I just don't really care to use it because I just keep an eye on everything myself. GIGACHAD. When do you try to build universities? Usually when I've got enough capitalist base that they're kind of running the economy for me and I don't have to worry about it and my budget is healthy. So right now I wouldn't build them because we have a lot of stuff we need to build first. I've seen that like exploit before, Luthien, about like where you can create a bunch of loyalists. But I don't know, you don't really need it, to be honest. Like you don't really need like it's like it's helpful, but it's like kind of whatever. We don't really need a ton of loyalists to make the game strong. Or to make yourself strong, because generally speaking, if you just run your economy well, you're going to have loyalists. Like, the only reason why you'd be having a loyalist problem is if you're not running your economy very well, or if you're just running on, like, super high taxes. Which, to be fair, is a strat. Super high taxes can be a way to play the game. But if you're just running a healthy economy, you should be good. Anyway, we're going to talk about railways now, because railways are a bit of a scary thing for a lot of people, because they're difficult to make work a lot of times. And they can be, if you look at our subsidies costs, railways can sometimes feel like they're a huge detriment to your country, but they're actually pretty good. Okay. So the problem we're having right here is that transportation is very cheap, which means the railways are not profitable. And we're actually paying even more than it looks because we're also paying, this is what subsidies do. Subsidies cover the expenses of the country or of the business. And they also force the wages up to the national average, which is what a normal wage is. When it says subsidies to sustain normal wage in Belgium, this is referring to the normal wage is I wish they would word it more simply. It says the baseline wage in a country which maybe is taken into account. What this is the average wage across all of your incorporated states. It says it right here, determined by I wish it would just say it like first. This is basically the base wage. So you could say it's the minimum wage. You might even say, if you want to look at it from like a real life comparison, this is your minimum wage, right? If a business is not giving a wage that's equal to the minimum wage, subsidies will push the wage up to the minimum. So we see we're adding additional 2.25 to create a minimum wage, which means that we're paying 1,000 pounds here to make this work. Now we can increase the profitability on this by making transportation more expensive. And the way to do that is a couple ways. Transportation is usually consumed by pops. So if you look here, it's consumed by like capitalists and stuff. It'll be because it's an upper, see cap of 58, you're consuming it, right? Okay. But one way we can help with it is we can go in here. We see we're having hiring problems anyway, okay, because we're running out of laborers. Let's just put rail transportation on this. Rail transportation removes jobs, but consumes transportation instead. So removing jobs sounds bad, but keep in mind that we're only removing laborers. So we're removing laborer jobs in order to create a higher price in transportation, and that way we can make our railways profitable, and also it'll create unemployed pops. So you see, we just made 2,000 unemployed people. We just fired 2,000 people. But now they can get better jobs. They can work as like engineers or as shopkeepers or whatever else they can work as. They can work better jobs than working as a laborer. Because laboring kind of sucks, right? Also, we get this event from doing that, so cool. We see now that this is making more money. We're still paying a subsidy to maintain the normal wage, but as the wages get higher and higher here, that'll go away. So don't worry about it too much. We can do that here too as well, honestly. Railways are very strong. They don't feel like it because they often cost you money from subsidies, but they're pretty profitable if you play them right. And then they also let you save labor on your buildings. Conquer Luxembourg? I'll think about it. First, I gotta become friends with Britain, but they're feeling cautious towards me. Right now we're finishing up this logging camp in Wallonia. The fastest way to modernize nation like Dakota used to be just joining someone's market. What is it now? Just building like yourself and trying to get capitalists. I'd say that the best way to modernize a country is to make better jobs. So as Dakota, you don't really have a lot of good jobs going, but you have some shopkeepers and stuff you can work on. So shopkeepers are nice for building up a more liberal country if you're like a backwards country. They're not so good when you're more advanced. But you want to get like engineers and stuff. So for example, I don't think they have the tech for it yet, but they would like to use something like sawmills to start getting to get machinists. But a good way to get some engineers early is with mines. So the atmospheric engine is a pretty low level tech. It's level 2 here, and this gives you access to atmospheric engine pumps, which gives engineers. And engineers, before you have capitalists, engineers are going to be your first kind of capitalistic base. So in my country, a lot of them are supporting the petite bourgeoisie, and we can look at why that is. Jesus, okay. So I game for a second there. If you look at our petite bourgeoisie over in here, take a look at our engineers. I meant to say at our engineers. Where are they? So a lot of them are supporting the petite bourgeoisie, and this is because I think we have a very popular petite bourgeoisie. Never mind, he's actually very unpopular. But yeah, people tend to support it, but they also support the industrialists. And this is because the popularity of our industrialist guy isn't so good. So if we got a more popular industrialist leader, you might see more support for them. But you see, this is how you get your first sort of industrialist support, and these guys can become capitalists pretty easily. The engineer to capitalist, the engineer to capitalist pipeline is very strong for liberalizing. Anyway, new tech. Let's go for like, I don't know, chemical bleach. Sure. Not paying too much attention to tech really. I'm just focusing on the buildings. We're having hiring problems. What's going on here? Like people are having trouble getting employed. We should be able to pull peasants out of the arable land here. They're probably getting a pretty good wage. They're happy with their wages. That they're just not educated enough, but they'll come around. Sucks they're making so little money. Damn. Interesting. I'm finding what is the literacy on these peasants? Maybe the literacy is too low for them to leave. 62%. Okay, I don't know why they're not leaving the subsistence farms. They should be. They should be leaving to go join here. Maybe they just need to generate the qualifications first. Let's see. I think. Oh, we're just not right. We're not making enough laborers. Is probably the problem. There's not enough laborers being made quickly enough. We want to get you some universities to help with this. So what's happening here is we're basically, we don't have like available laborers. Well, we do have, okay, we have job seekers, but these aren't the same thing as qualifications, right? There are laborers who would rather work different jobs basically, but we want to make more laborers, but we're just not making that many. We need to make more, which we could do with university. This would be an opportunity to do a university because that way we get more qualifications. So I'm going to drop like 3 here. Basically, in this case, we're just like the peasants can't upgrade their job fast enough, so it's like we want to get them to upgrade faster. Why can't private sector build construction sectors? Even if you have 200 million investment pool without a single construction building, they still won't build it. I find this stupid. It's because construction sectors are government run, right? So they can't make something that's not run by the government. But to be fair, I think there should be private construction industries. That'd be kind of interesting. Like a private construction contractor or something. But it is what it is. We've got a lot of investment pool that we're not using. It's unfortunate. It is what it is. We can't really use it for much right now unless maybe we want to go to like laissez-faire, which to be fair, we probably should. Let's do that. Actually, this guy's a protectionist. We actually can't. That's hilarious. Okay, well let's just exile him then. If you have a guy that you don't like in charge of an interest group, just exile him. Obviously. Now we get a reformer. That's much nicer. Throw him in, and let's go for laissez-faire. So why laissez-faire is really good. It's because the private constructor allocation, so that's really good. Also, the capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency, which basically means that all capitalists give more money to the investment pool. So there's a couple different ways you can extract wealth from pops, right? The most direct way, is taxes. This is like the most obvious way to steal. There's my libertarian aspect coming out. The most direct way to take money from a pop is through taxes, right? The problem is that if you look at a capitalist's income, most of the capitalist income is coming from dividends. And until later in the game, you don't really tax dividends that much. So we see here, we're taxing him through through per capita taxes, which is what everyone pays, and consumption taxes. Okay? If we look at his income, almost all his income comes through dividends, but the only tax law that gives dividend taxes, well, only two, are proportional, which gives a 2.5% rate, which is like nothing, and a graduated, which is 10%. Graduated is base because it gives you a lot more dividend tax rate. So until we get this, which is only really supported by the trade unions, only trade unions want like better, these kind of tax laws. Until we get one of these two tax laws, it's very hard to extract wealth from our pops. So one way we can do it is through the investment pool. This is like an indirect form of taking money. If you look at the capitalists don't pay it though, the financial sector does, but this is basically, you see 3.5k is taken, and this is put into our investment pool, which is a way that we can turn money from the capitalists into, productive money instead of having it be wasted. I say wasted. The capitalists do buy things, but obviously, them just buying a lot of stuff isn't always the best way to translate their money into something good for the country. Our university is about to be ready. When we get universities, we'll get more laborers being able to work. One way we can free up more laborers is by, again, adding railways to stuff, although I think we've already done so. We can also do things like, if we look here, the water tube boiler does a similar effect. It'll unemploy 7,500 laborers, and in return, we spend coal instead of spending money on the wages. But that also means that now we're going to have more laborers available for more jobs, right? So we should see that now they'll have an easier time getting laborers here, because there's going to be a bunch that are unemployed that can now work here. This place, though, isn't very profitable. It's probably the reason why it's not employing. Once these iron mines get up, they'll be good. If we look at our qualifications, we should have available laborers now. Maybe they already upgraded to the next level. I don't know. Living a lavish lifestyle is the most luxurious thing one can do. Based, true. Anyway, we're starting to take on some debt, but that's fine. I don't really care to have a little bit of debt. Is not really a big deal. 14% interest is pretty high, so we're probably paying like what, like almost 3.5k on interest, which isn't too bad. But it's okay. I think that a new player might be worried by this, right? So when I play Victoria 3 live, a lot of people will be like, "Bro, you're gonna bankrupt. You're gonna bankrupt." And I never bankrupt. Okay, it doesn't happen. Because also this is a good opportunity. We want to get more industrialist power, so we're gonna add some popularity to our industrialist. We're not going to bankrupt because once we get laissez-faire, that's first of all, it's going to reduce our interest payments. But second of all, if I ever worry I'm going to bankrupt, if I ever feel like, oh man, my debt's getting too high, I got to stop, I just click this button and then I will start making money again. And my private sector can take over. When you're not using your construction, your capitalist will use it for you. So it's okay to pause your construction here and there if you ever need to. I don't really think I need to though. I think I can keep going. I'm going to keep going. But yeah, it's totally fine to every once in a while just pause your construction if you need to. Yeah, as countries like Qing, your interest rate is way higher. You don't want to do that. As Qing, you don't want to go into debt because your interest rate is too high. It's just way too high to possibly handle. Don't. Hey, follow me, Brent. Your friends yet? We're almost at friendly. Once we're at friendly, they'll probably want to be friends. Just doing a Canada run. focus on Confederation first, and then build up, good stuff over time, and try to get immigration. As Canada, your big thing is immigration, right? So, thanks for the follow-up. Who was that? Who was that as a description? I don't know what it was. I'm sorry. The follow from Captain Bira. Thank you. Immigration is strong in Canada. So if you look, for example, in Upper Canada, they probably have, see they've been taking in English pops, right? They're taking in a lot of people. You want to get immigration going, basically. That way you can get a lot of workers. Yeah, good de-peasanting stuff is mines, usually. Mines are really good for de-peasanting. So, in terms of what would be, like, more effective, by the way, we should be doing, like, some conquering, we should be doing some colonizing, we should be doing some stuff. But, the purpose of this little playthrough is just to show, like, how to de-peasant, I guess, because de-peasanting is very important for building up a stronger country, building up, like, a stronger economy. I think by now we should see an increase in our income taxes pretty significant. Yeah. Oh, but the graph only lasts a year. This is why the graph only lasts 1 year. I wish the graph would go longer, because you can see it is arcing upwards ever so slightly. But if we look at the comparison to like 4 years ago to now, we're making a lot more income taxes, which is good because it means we're getting more money out of our pops, right? All right, we got a new company. Companies are pretty important. Not super important, but they're relatively important, mostly because they give a throughput bonus on every building that they support, right? So, it's pretty simple. Like, you can get into a lot of discussions about which companies are best because of what they give at their prosperity levels. But it's important to not forget the throughput and the construction bonus, especially. If I grab this Metal Guilds of Valonia, we know we're going to build a lot of iron. So if I grab this, then we're going to immediately see that now this is going to get built a lot faster because we're going to be able to add 30%. Sorry, well, I think, yeah, this is the company, right? Yeah, almost 30% extra construction efficiency. So that's great. And each of these mines will also produce even more iron. Because if you look at the output, the output is basically increased by 21%. Great. Did you import goods that the subsistence farms produce to drive peasants off? No, because you're never gonna make these not profitable. What you want to do is it's not about making these not profitable, it's about giving them a better job. Any job in the game is better than being a peasant. So if you look at the peasants here, they're gonna have job satisfactions that are very low. Let's see, overview. Whereas jobs, I guess, okay, apparently it's high, but I guess they're gonna leave their jobs. Okay, they're gonna leave their jobs. They will. Okay, apparently they're happy with it, probably because they can afford their expenses. I guess. Yeah. Okay. They're chilling, but they will slowly, see better work available and they'll go for it. Also, another new company. We just got laissez-faire, by the way, and you'll see how impactful that is soon. I'm gonna grab the mineral producers for the coal. All the arable land slots. That's not always a good idea because then you can't get as much migration. So remember that migration attraction is based on unused arable land. So we don't really actually want to use up all of our arable land just like that, because even though it'll get rid of peasants, it'll also just create like farming jobs, right? So farming jobs aren't really that good until you get much higher level. I mean, even when you get higher level stuff, you still only get farmers. I would say that they're not like farming jobs aren't really that good. You want to probably do your farming overseas if you can. Are we an aberration do super low taxes? Kind of true, to be honest. Maybe we want to put the taxes up and see if that'll actually encourage them to find better work. Like, weirdly enough, higher taxes might reduce their job satisfaction. Also, their literacy rate makes them, they're pretty overqualified, so they want to see now the job satisfaction is lower. I don't know if that was because of the taxes necessarily, but basically they're going to want to get better jobs. Let it be fair, I don't think we have a ton of, like, better jobs for them right now. Use greener glass to inflate migration. That is true, but you might as well inflate it even more, right? It is harder to get mass migration to a small country, but in theory, you shouldn't be staying as a small country for very long, right? Like if you're planning for the future, you should be considering that you'll be a larger country in the future, right? So we can see that because we went to laissez-faire now, we're paying less interest first of all, so that's nice. A little bit less interest, and also more of our construction is being used by the private sector, which means that we don't have to worry about the investment pool as much. Although we still have too much investment pool, so we're gonna make even more construction. We're gonna go pretty hard on it. I think now we go pretty hard on the construction because we have laissez-faire. Raising taxes has dropped our standard of living, but that's kind of okay to be honest. Not a big deal. We want to de-peasant. We're churning through these peasants slowly but surely. We're just gonna keep making mines, right? So mines tend to be very good for jobs because they're just really like they make good work. One thing we'll do to help is now we're gonna do some decrees. I was ignoring decrees for vlogs. I didn't want to like overcomplicate things, but we absolutely should make some decrees. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna add a resource industry decree to Wallonia, so we're gonna get even more throughput on our mines, right? So by doing this, also we go urbanize Belgium, which is this. I guess we'll just take the loyalists, sure. By doing this, we're gonna get even more throughput on the iron mines, which means that we're gonna get even more profit, and more profit means more stuff for the financial district. It means they will invest more into the economy, which means more investment pool. And you beat Netherlands already? I mean, probably, yeah. You can pretty much beat the Netherlands on day one, assuming no one fights against you. Now that Britain especially is genial, we should be able to make an alliance, maybe. Yes. So one thing you can do is as Belgium. This is absolutely like a good strat. Make an alliance with Britain, and just use Britain to do all your wars for you. So if you look here, if I want to attack Netherlands, I can really just like conquer Holland, and I guess we could. I mean, and no one's gonna help them. No one's gonna support them. So sure, right? Why don't we do that? Let's just, let's just conquer like everything. Because why not? We want to be careful. We want to get Britain in the war first. We should also raise our army. We're gonna handle Luxembourg, and then we'll get the British to handle. In terms of like explaining how war works, like I'm gonna be honest, war is not very complicated in this game. So it's kind of like whatever. Like I could explain it, but what's there to explain? You just put the guys in the front. It looks like the Ottomans are here to help. Okay. We go to Prussian Protectorate. That's interesting. I'm gonna do that. That's interesting. Here comes Britain to come help us. Once the war is closer to starting, I will give you this piece of advice for wars. Okay, maybe you didn't think of this. Maybe you did. You want to add your war goals as late as possible because more people are going to declare neutrality. So we have a fear here that Austria might join this war. It's a little bit scary. Austria is kind of strong. We don't want that to happen. So we're going to try to add... See, Austria declared neutrality, right? So because they declared neutrality, we don't have to worry about them. They're out of this, so they can't join the war. So we're going to wait a little bit longer. Then we'll try to add more war goals once we're closer to the start date. Oh, it looks like the British are just like not putting troops in the front, which is kind of annoying. Let's prepare a little bit for that. Let's conscript. I don't know why the British just like aren't helping, which is kind of cringe to be honest, but relying on allies can be scary because sometimes they just like won't help you, which is bothersome. To add the rest of our war goals. Now I'm just gonna take all of everything here if we can. Let's get some more operations too, I guess. Is Britain in another war? Is that why? Are they fighting someone else right now? They are. They're fighting Benin. Okay, that's probably why they're not helping. I probably mistimed this war. Here's where I just get like straight up annexed. You guys ready for me to get annexed, boys? So ready to get annexed. There's some British troops. Thank you, Britain. We should be okay to defend here. Be alright. Yeah, we should be okay. Ottoman just sending troops down here to try and flank me, I guess. I don't know how they can move in there, but it just works. Let's, and I guess we can just move the army down here to help out instead. I'll let the British handle this. Comes more guys. If the British would just like send units, we'd be fine. But they're like, I guess they're fighting Spain. Okay, I see. So in this case, I should have paid more attention to the British wars. They were kind of busy fighting other wars, which kind of screwed us here. And if we lose this war, we lose the game, by the way, because we'll be annexed. We definitely don't want that. I think we probably, just to make sure that we don't lose this, we're going to put down some enlistment efforts. So if you're having trouble with a war and you have to conscript a lot, enlistment efforts goes kind of insanely hard for getting you like a lot more conscripts and a lot more like guys really fast. So we're conscripting here, and the conscripts take a while to come up, but once they come up, we'll be pretty strong, but we obviously need to like raise them. It takes a bit. Why are you stationed? God, I hate, okay. This sometimes happens where like, when you raise conscripts, they'll just arrive at the HQ and not actually join the army, which is really weird. Is there any room for tactics? Not really. I mean, so you can like change these tactics, but these don't really do a whole lot. Basically, it's just a bashing your head against the enemy team numbers game, and that's about all it is. I wish there was more you could do to actually like push a battle in your favor with like good choices, but not really. There kind of really isn't. Army salary high, yeah, good point. Might as well put the army salary up. It already is up, but yeah. We see, like, we're basically winning. I mean, you know, it'll just take a bit of time, because we have conscripts, and we'll eventually conscript up and win. We see this weird thing. I've been noticing this, I don't know why. My guys are conscripting into a separate army that is, like, that I then have to destroy to put into the real army, and I don't know why. I don't know why that happens. It's very annoying. The weird bug I've seen in various playthroughs, and I'm not sure what to do about it. It's Victoria 3, you know, what do you expect? There's always going to be bugs. It is what it is. Part of the game, you know? Unavoidable. What to keep in mind is that neither of us will ever capitulate until we take the other's capital. So we're just going to be sitting here basically doing, you know, nothing. Like, no one's going to win the war until someone grabs Holland or someone grabs Flanders. Rip, I guess. We're almost through Luxembourg. Once we take Luxembourg, we won't have like a two-front war going on, so that'd be really nice. War is mostly about your technology, to be honest. So basically, whoever has the better unit type just wins in most cases, and it's about manpower. You see the Ottomans. If you look at the Ottoman army, they have like no manpower. So you see that there was 7,000 out of 31,000 manpower. They're running out of men, and this is probably because if you look at them, they just don't have like, if we can find one of their barracks, they just can't employ fast enough. So they're employing, like, if we look, 145 servicemen, used to be laborers. We should see some more come in here. This is draining from deaths in combat. And then they're just not able to employ very quickly. Whereas, like, my guys, not as many of them are dying. We don't have to employ as fast. So if you look here, look at 31,000, 37,000. I've also got the British here to help me, who also aren't taking that many losses. But look at this army here. See this blue bar? That's the manpower bar, right? There's 155 battalions here, but they've got like nothing in terms of actual manpower. So if you look at this Dutch army, they're down to 2,000 manpower. This is probably because they're taking a lot of deaths and wounds compared to their demoralized count. That's a lot of wounds and deaths. Wounded guys go back. So a wounded pop goes back home as a dependent. So if we look at the pop here, these servicemen, I'm not sure where we can exactly see where their dependents, where the dependents end up, but basically part of this pop group is going to be like a set of dependents. I think here, yeah, there we go. 7,000, these are dependents. Might see that increasing as we go, kind of. I'm not sure if this is because more people are getting hired or because more wounded are coming home. But basically, dependents can't work, so dependents just sit at home and like pay, you know, contribute a little bit to the economy, and dead ones don't come back at all. Also, we just won the war, so yeah, that's why we were winning, was that we were just like able to like outdo them. Is Victoria feel kind of arcadey? Yeah, I could see that being a reasonable take. Yeah, it's kind of an arcadey game. Let's take off these enlistment efforts now. These. Join the power block. We could join Britain's power block. That'd be a good meme. Sure. Here, let's take a look at why we want to do this, right? Okay, so joining power blocks. Britain has these like colonial offices. They have police coordination. They have vassalization 3. This isn't very good for me. Colonial offices is very good for me. Police coordination 2 isn't that good. So joining isn't really that beneficial. But if we join, you know, like, if I'm being honest, like joining the British Empire kind of sucks because they don't have market unification. The only way you can get access to their market is to become their protectorate, which, you know, they might do to you if you join their sovereign empire. But realistically, like, joining this wouldn't really give us much benefit, except for the colonial offices 3. Also, we can eventually take over the power block if we get more prestige, but that's going to be, like, impossible. Beating Britain in terms of prestige is nearly impossible in the current game, unless you, like, go to war with them and break them apart and stuff. Doing it without war is, like, basically not doable. Make an Ottoman Empire guide in the video in the future, maybe eventually. We'll see about it. What's eating into my budget so much right now, man? Government wages, I assume. Government wages are often the culprit for high expenses. Just like real life. Got him. We could just drop this, which I'm cool with. And then, wow, we're still losing a lot. What is... I guess it's the construction goods. Okay, so basically my investment pool must be drying up. No, why am I... What's going on here? Why are we spending... Why is my investment pool not taking over the construction sectors? I don't... I guess because... Oh, I guess because they don't have enough. Yeah, we don't have an investment pool. Now we don't have enough investment pool. What's a good time to convert construction from wood to iron frame? Well, if you're being meta, then it's in 1836. Like, the second you can, you change. Because even if you don't have enough goods to supply the construction sector, it's still worthwhile purely because the shortage, like let's say you have a shortage and you get half the amount of construction points, you're still getting like 2.5 per instead of like 2. So it's still worthwhile. But if you want like a more reasonable answer, like basically whenever you have enough iron that you think you're not gonna have a shortage, you start. Get more railways, see more railways. For now, we can also turn on transportation, public trams here to produce a little more trams. It'll also give more demand for engines, which we kind of need, so... Okay, so anyway, if we look at our population here, we should have a relatively small... Yeah, we have almost no peasants left in Wallonia, which is good. That means that the standard of living here should be pretty high. That's the popscape about 10.9. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Conquering Holland probably wasn't actually that good of an idea, to be honest. This is kind of just going to be a burden on our country for a bit. Did you ever use governments and military wages to get a region going in terms of consumption building industry? I don't know how effective that would be. I mean, like, government pops do consume stuff, but usually you're just better off, like, making jobs for everyone. That'll get everyone standard of living high. Anyway, yeah, so our budget is pretty bad right now, but this is not very sustainable, so we are a little bit worried about it. I think we just need more investment pool. We need more profitable industries. Let's look up to, now that Flanders is mostly de-peasanted, in fact, it's entirely de-peasanted. Now that that's done, let's look to Flanders and try to work on this. Let's get some railways here, get our construction goods going, and then let's get these on this. Let's see what we can make. So what would be profitable? Steel looks pretty profitable, so let's do that a little bit. We can't do much of it, though, before it stops being profitable. I think we want to get a bit of farming going. Now, we don't want to, like, mass build farms in our own land like this, just because it's going to eat up our arable land. But we can do some farming, you know. We don't have to do 0. So let's do, like, maybe, like, 40 total wheat farms, and this will give us a lot of grain. As you can see, grain has gotten more expensive, and that's literally because... we don't have peasants down here in Wallonia making wheat for us anymore. So because of that now, the wheat price has gone way up, which is fine. We'll try to fix it up by making more wheat farms here. Form the Benelux nation? I mean, we can do United Netherlands. I'd like to go autocracy for it though, so we can get Burgundy, 'cause it's a funny tag. I think we want to get colonial affairs. That'd be good. We can get some colonial exploitation, and then we can start doing some colonization. This is so fucked though. We need to actually downsize our construction a bit. We can't keep up this much construction. It's just not going to be. Oh, it's because the Netherlands had like 8 sectors. That was why. Are peasants only subsistence farm workers that will be employed by buildings built by the player or capitalists? I'm not sure what the question means, but a peasant is someone that works in the subsistence farm, and they will usually seek better employment, whether it's like in an iron mine or whatever. Anyway, it's better because the base wage for a peasant is like nothing. Like here, it's 1/5 of the base wage, and they're discriminated. Nice. No, they make like nothing, but yeah, they don't get paid very much. Only get paid 1/5 of the regular price, whereas a laborer makes 1 of the average wage. So like here, a laborer makes, okay, wrong tooltip. I hate the tooltips are broken. Sometimes the tooltips are broken. You just gotta live with it. There you go. They make the base wage, and then engineers make, I think, double, or is it triple the base wage. Machinists make 1.5 times base wage. So generally speaking, they go for better jobs. How to make services more expensive? Be richer. Have richer pops who will consume the services. So for example, if you look at our services here are very cheap, and that's because we're producing way more than we need. But to get more consumption, we just need pops that are rich enough to buy them, which usually is capitalists. Get more capitalists. Other than that, you can't do much about it. You have to just kind of live with it. How do you have countries like Marina have basic resources like iron? If you don't have basic resources like iron, you have to either import them or you have to like conquer like land to get them. And this is actually the motivation for imperialism in Victoria 3 beyond like map painting, which is fine. The reason why you ever want to conquer overseas is for the resources or the people. For example, conquering Holland doesn't really get me any resources, but it gets me 120,000 more peasants. Okay. Conquering Gallery doesn't get me anything besides coal, but it gets me more pops. Okay. And to be honest with you, okay, if we're being real, conquering the Netherlands doesn't really benefit me very much at all as Belgium. I don't really have anything to gain by conquering this land. Even Groningen doesn't really like have, or sorry, Friesland, whatever, doesn't really have like anything. Excuse me. Nice, very based, very based. There's nothing really of value in the Netherlands that makes it worth conquering. They have like agriculture, but not as much as I do. So for example, there's 28 arable land here, and there's 30 arable land here. But I mean, I've got like 85 here and 50 here, so not really much point to this. As Belgium, conquering the Netherlands kind of sucks. You could just kind of get like whatever. Reason is oil, yeah, but oil's not relevant for decades, right? Well, oil's not relevant for decades. We're not going to be using it for a long time. And if you want oil, just go for like, just take like Basra, and you'll have more oil than you could ever ask for, like, basically. Unless you're like Britain, in case you need a lot more. We've actually managed to get a. We have actually managed to get the landowners back to power. That's great. They're actually market liberals too. They will support free trade and stuff. Very epic, very cool. You just skip the Civil War super easily? Yes, it's very easy to skip the Civil War. Not too tough at all. Alright, so anyway, now that we've de-peasanted Wallonia, we can see that like our income tax income is like a lot higher, right? Again, because the graph only shows on a on a 1 year basis, it's not a good way to see, but our income tax is 15.4k. It was much this is probably a better way to look at it, yeah. So you see it's gotten a lot higher because of the de-peasanting. Although again, it's only a year-long basis. But if you remember, you can go back in the VOD or something and see our income tax base was a lot lower than it is now. Same with our poll tax base, because again, non-peasants pay like twice as much poll tax unless you're on land-based taxation. So yeah, it's pretty good. From here as Belgium, what we'd want to do is we'd want to basically continue to employ our people while they're they're peasants right now. Yes, that is true, not Pierre. That is actually what you want to do with the Netherlands. Is you get them to minor power, whether it's by just like outcompeting them and becoming a major power. You protectorate them, dominion them, and then you form United Netherlands. This is the best way because then you don't have to deal with all the radicals and stuff that you get from conquering them. So I do agree with that. The ports in Netherlands are kind of useful, but we don't really have much of a need for ports yet as Belgium. And once we start colonizing, we will, but we don't need it yet. Speaking of which, we do probably want to start maybe doing a little bit of like colonization, not like a lot. But for example, Benin is in the British Mercs. We can't attack them, but we can attack Oyo. And the big reason why you want to conquer these African states is that they have different plantation goods. So the dyes are the big one because dyes are for your clothes, right? You need dyes to make better clothes. The coffee is not bad, the tobacco is not bad, and also the cotton is really nice for the fabric because you can use the fabric to make more clothes again. This is why you want to go overseas, right? Is you want to grab access to the stuff that's here. In the case of Sokoto, they also have a lot of stuff like iron and coal. Over here, I think there's coal, and there's iron up here. Iron here, sorry. This is like this good stuff here. So that's why you want to conquer overseas, is mostly for the resources. In the case of Belgium, though, we kind of already have like plenty of stuff. Like, if we're being totally real, like we don't have enough of an economy to need overseas stuff yet, but we will eventually. We will eventually. But just look at how like we have. As you can see, we're using 12 out of the 60 iron mines available in Wallonia, and we already have like plenty of iron. We're already below the base price. So it's like, okay. Don't really need it yet. Any tips for Luxembourg achievement? I did the Luxembourg achievement a long time ago, back in old patches, and it's tough, but you just gotta bide your time. Make a good economy with what you can in little Luxembourg, and you gotta attack Belgium eventually. And getting independence from the Netherlands is quite easy because they have no access to you. So to get independence from the Netherlands, you just immediately declare independence. They can't do anything about it, and then you get your free. And then back in the day, the strat was to join the French Customs Union, and that way you could start importing their pops, but you can't do that anymore. So you might better off joining the Prussian power bloc, and then trying to invade the Belgium. What's the highest I've ever gone for lowest shot over time with Vicky 3? Like 30 or so. In my America run from an old patch a long time ago, I did America, and I just like completely SOL maxed, and I got to like 30 average SOL. Pretty good. I haven't done that since, though. It takes a lot of work to get that good, to get that level of good economy. That's an old video. You can see that video on the channel still. It's still out there, but I just haven't been able to recreate it yet. It's tough. It took me a lot of work to do that. What's costing me so much right now? Is it still just buildings? Yeah, so our investment pool isn't big enough to support all this, unfortunately. It is what it is. Yeah, 30 it was a lot. A lot. But that I don't think you can even do it in the current patch anymore. That was back when you could get like thousands of construction points a lot more easily than you can now. Because you could control the private sector yourself. Like, remember back when there was no private sector and you would just like the investment pool would just be like controlled by you? That was back when I did that. Went pretty hard. Is moving industries overseas, like clothing, useful to keep the goods and have profitable buildings for your capitalists? Generally speaking, moving industries overseas probably isn't that smart in this game, only because if we look at, for example, of this, like for example, if we look at, for example, Gambia, this is presumably not incorporated. So unincorporated states take a minus 10% to market access price impact, and they take a throughput impact on manufacturing industries. So you generally don't want to move your industries overseas. You want to have your resources and your farms overseas. So like, for example, it's okay to have all of your iron overseas. That's all right, because it's not a manufacturing industry. It's okay to have like your farms overseas because they're not manufacturing industries, and then let those goods come back home where you'll make the good stuff over here. Another big reason why is if you look at literacy across the board, literacy is too low in most overseas countries to be able to employ the high-level jobs that you would need for most manufacturing industries, compared to, you know, back home in Belgium, where we've got like a ton of literacy that we can use to get good engineer pops and stuff that will be able to work here. Generally speaking, no, it's not a good idea to move your industries overseas. Just in general, there can be a time when you do. If you're planning on both conquest, Trotsky, you need to focus on China first. China is the hardest one to conquer. And America, I'd say as well. America probably is important because they got a lot of states. Yeah, exactly. If you're on exploitation, you gain bonuses, yeah. So even more so, I think I am on exploitation, actually. Even more so, if you're on this, you don't just get a negative to manufacturing, you get a bonus to your plantations and mines and stuff, right? So you definitely want to build them overseas in that case. With resettlement, I think you don't get these this stuff. But exploitation is really good for that. Anyway, let's begin colonizing for a little bit. Nice, I just barely squeezed in here to Togo. Pretty funny. Can't join the British anymore, Sag. They lost their leverage on me. So we're building up farms right now just because our grain price kind of hiked, so we're building up some farming. It's not super profitable, but we might as well. We can try exporting some stuff to make it more profitable. So, for example, we can export some fruit, we can export some sugar. Not really any profitable trades though. We can make some fertilizer to make this a little bit more profitable. So do that. The way that you would do that, Arclight, is you have to do a power block. Put two markets together. Equal footing, I mean, they'll never be quite equal because there's always a leader of the power block. But, for example, if Britain can get, like... I mean, it's unlikely, but if Britain can get, like, America into their power block, which they'd have to, that's pretty much impossible because they made a block, but... That would be, like, two markets fused together. But only if they took market unification, which they haven't, unfortunately. I was like a public school, people are asking for it, so sure. Japan and UK can get Russia into a power block. I don't know about that. They have their own power blocks. It's very hard to do that. You'd have to dismantle their power block, but I don't even know how you would do that. You'd have to like. Is there a way to like destroy a power block? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that Russia will always be, unless you make them a minor power, in which case they can't have a power block anymore. If you make them a minor power, they'll always have the Rossiyskaya Imperia. Can't really do anything about it. Like the Ottomans, for example, lose their power block pretty often. Although I don't know why. Why did they lose to Devletiya? I don't know why they lost their power block, actually. This case. Normally they lose it because they become unrecognized or become a minor power. But they just lost it here for some reason. I don't know why. France got sinned. Anyway, I actually want to, so one thing I actually want to do, this is going to sound kind of weird, but I feel like what I've demonstrated here, okay, I want to, this stream kind of has like an express purpose, which is like this sort of tutorializing kind of thing going on. I actually was something a little interesting, going to quit and restart as Belgium now, but do a little bit more, like, a little bit more. I'm going to like add on to the strategy here. So what I've just shown you there as Belgium is how to like de-peasant, right? What the priority should be. So we saw that by me making all those jobs, I was getting higher income taxes and getting higher poll taxes because the peasants don't pay as much tax, which was giving me more ability to make more construction sectors and making me able to get more powerful. Now I want to combine that with some diplomacy and some colonization from the early game, right? It's going to seem kind of weird, okay? But we're going to restart now and do all this again to show you, like, the strong path you want to go down. So first of all, we're going to put decrees down right away. Road maintenance is very important because this gives you construction efficiency. So this lets you build faster. So you just want to plop these both down. And we're going to do, again, a resource industry here because we have a lot of mines. This is what I mean by planning your economy, right? My plan is to make a lot of mines here, okay? It's time for the bird. This is not a bird. We're restarting for the purpose of demonstration. I'm going to put a manufacturing industry decree over in Flanders. The idea is going to be that Wallonia is going to be where we put our mines, and Flanders is going to be where we put our our manufacturing. Then, alongside that, I'm going to grab social mobility for even more qualifications. Because remember when we were having trouble getting laborers for the mines? Well, we can add this to get more qualification generations. We can get more laborers out of our peasants. And then beyond that, we have a little extra authority, but we're not going to use it. Tech-wise, I want to grab water 2 boiler for our mines. Because remember, the condensing engine pump... I hate this. Condensing engine pump produces more engineers than the atmospheric engine pump. So we're making 250 here. We're doubling how many engineers we get with this. We want to get more engineers. We're going to do that. I'm going to immediately start with some construction. This. And then we're going to also plan out a couple... There's an opportunity for successful development without massive seizures and vassalizations. If so, which ones? I don't know what you mean by seizures. What does that mean? Also, we're going to do something, most of you who've seen my channel by this point know this strategy, but we're going to be, you know, balkanizing India and joining in on the Opium Wars. We're going to play, not optimally, not like perfectly optimally, but pretty optimally this in this situation. We're also going to immediately go to laissez-faire, just like right off the bat, because we can. Taking land. Well, the way that you develop your country is through jobs. It's literally just through jobs. Like it's everything is making jobs and stuff. It's just like give your pops things to do, and then they'll make money, and that money will translate into your budget and stuff. Import some fabric. Looks like the British presumably will go to war with China. You say Russia's most OP country with gold and oil? Most OP country is Britain. Just straight up. Just Britain is the most overpowered. France can compete because they have a big army, so they can just like, if you have a smart France who attacks Britain early, then you can win as France. But the reason why Britain is so overpowered is because they have a lot of financial sectors. So they start the game with like 126 of these, and these things are probably producing a ton of reinvestment. So like 6,000 reinvestment. They've got even more over here. Like, you know, they got a ton of capitalists just doing work. Whereas, for example, France, if we look at them, 24 financial sectors, 7, you know, like 5, 1, like almost nothing, right? Manor houses are not bad too, but you want financial sectors more than anything, really. But you can't steal India anymore. Yeah, well, you still can, but it's a lot tougher. So you can't like you can't do the thing where you capitulate to a cut down play right away. I just can't start consumer economies with these smaller nations. Yeah, I mean, it takes time. The thing is, you have to wait until you're ready to do consumer economies. You gotta wait until you're ready, you know? Anyway, yeah, we got to major power somehow. I don't even know how we did that, but we're gonna drop back down pretty quickly. I can't steal India anymore. So as France, the strat used to be that on day 1 you declare a play to transfer EIC, which put your infamy to like over 100. And then what would happen is Austria or Prussia or Russia, someone would cut you down to size. And the second they cut you down to size, you just say yes, which drops your infamy back to 0. But you kept your war goal to get India. So you could steal India almost immediately, which was super, super strong. But nowadays you can't really do it anymore. Because the cut down to size play will also take off your war goals, as well as like, you know, taking down your infamy, so you'll lose your war goal as well. There's the Opium War incoming. So we're gonna join this war with the intention of, you know, like we're gonna see if we can get something out of it. I mean, maybe we can by just like add 1 million conscripts. Only keep in mind is that when the AI evaluates your contribution to a war, they will check your conscripts. Now you see we can get something. So we're going to join the war and try to grab something out of China if we can. Britain, we're not going to actually fight the war, to be clear. We're just going to let Britain win the war. So let's see what we can get. We can grab Kenya, which I don't think is worth it when it's this tiny. We could grab investment rights. I don't really care for that. We could get a war goal. We can get Lanfang, which isn't really that good. It can be fun to try and go for like a conquer state type thing, but it's not always doable. Sometimes Britain won't let you. Oh, okay, maybe they're willing to liberate country. We should liberate someone. So one thing you can do to troll Britain, this is like a funny thing you can do. Britain is grabbing the Xiaozhou, the Xiaozhou Chaozhou, I don't know, they're grabbing a treaty port in Hong Kong, basically, which is what they normally do, okay? Now, if you were to offer support for a goal, liberate country, and you were to do UA, if you do UA, then that will mean that the Chaozhou treaty port will be invalid because it will be in UA and not in China, which is really funny. It's a way you control. We could grab Lanfang, but it's just like why? I don't know. I mean, well, to be fair, okay. Interesting strategy with this is that yes, Lanfang has gold, but more importantly, it has a land border with Brunei. So you could do a war with Brunei and then grab Brunei pretty easy. But, don't know if it's really worth much. We could, I think we just liberate UA. Or maybe... Would bankroll be worth it? We can't get a bankroll, unfortunately, but yes, it would be. But they don't want to give it to me. They really don't want to. You know what we can do, actually? Here's one thing we can do to increase our ability to gain more stuff, is we can put down an enlistment decree in Wallonia. That lets us get more conscripts, which will puff up, it's like puffing up our chest, right? Looking more powerful. This will make Britain maybe want to give me a little more stuff. So now they want to give me a conquer state, which is great. Okay, not a bankroll, unfortunately. Transfer state, probably still just Kenya. Or we can get South Cameroon, which also probably is very tiny. Yeah, so that's not worth getting. Do that. What's highest standard living achievable for the lower pops? I mean, in theory, it's 99, but good luck with it. Good luck with that. We can conquer a Chinese state. A treaty port, we can't... they don't want to give us treaty port because Britain wants a treaty port. They see it as, like, competition, right? This nation build Taiwan. No, if we were to grab a state, we'd want it to be something like Zhejiang or like Suzhou. These are like really good to get. They've got these really good they got silk and stuff. I'd like a place that has dyes and silk. This would be like optimal. So Fujian is probably the best pick. Suzhou Shaoju would be good, but I don't think Britain wants to give it to us when we're getting the treaty port out of there. I think we're gonna get Fujian. That's probably the best one. Beijing, we don't have an interest in North China, so we can't do. We have an interest in South China, not North China, so we can't do Beijing. Beijing is a good pick, though. Definitely. We're gonna go for Fujian, though. This is just like free real estate, so we might. Then we join the war, and we're not gonna do anything. We just join the war and then let Britain win the war for us. Now, Asia does have a lot of arable land. It's pretty crazy. It goes pretty hard. Ottomans are having a revolt. GIGACHAD. Just Ottoman things. Professional army is better than national mission is a minor power. It's obvious, but for GP, well, professional army is like professional army is just better in the sense that you have a better army, so you get less morale loss, right? And you get more unit experience, right? Professional army is better, but national militia lets you have an, in theory, larger army, and you don't have to spend money on it when you're at peace. So it genuinely depends on the situation. If you're going to war a lot, professional army is way better. So as Britain, professional army is sick because you're almost always at war. If you're Belgium, though, or if like America as an example, America's not really at war that often, unless they're playing really hardcore, in which case maybe they are. But someone like, France, Britain, Prussia, these are countries that are almost always at war, then you definitely want it. And yeah, we are going to attack a Prince State. So for those that don't know, there's currently an exploit in the game where you can force India out from the British Empire by being on the same side as Britain in a war. So because we're on the same side in a war, Britain can never join a war against me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack a princely state. Let's attack, like, I don't know, let's attack Owad, because I don't plan to go to war with them. Let's attack them. We're going to just pick the ban slavery. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We hit this, and now we're going to see that we're going to war with the EIC. Okay? That's all, well and good and stuff. And normally what would happen is Britain would obviously Britain would defend the East India Company because they want to protect their subject. But they can't. They are unable to join the war against me because they are on a war with me. So they can't be at war with me and in a war like to help me. We can't be in a war together and a war against each other. So the EIC is going to basically just be stuck here with no one to help them. And the way that Victoria 3 works, if a overlord fails to protect their subject in a war for any reason, that subject goes free for free. They just are allowed to be completely free. So we're going to let this war go through. I don't plan to actually participate. I'm just gonna capitulate basically. It'll cost me reparations, and that's, you know, whatever. But it means India will go free, and that is pretty PogChamp, if I say so myself. As you can see, East India is already immediately free. They're now their own country, and they're gonna split up in 2 million pieces later on. But we'll deal with that later. We don't have to worry about it. In the meantime, our budget is looking painful as usual. Fortunately, we're missing, looks like, fabric. Yeah, we need fabric from the British market. Okay, sure. Do a Dutch Indies tutorial. I haven't played as them before, so I'd have to practice with them for a little bit. Let's see how Britain's doing over here in Beijing. Probably doing fine. Once they win the war, I get Fujian for free. Great. Defensive pact? Sure, Britain. I love that. Britain will now protect me from my enemies, which is very nice of them. Give 6 a free win with no Raj. Pretty much, yeah. Looking back at the Sikh Empire guide that I made, doing this strat as the 6, it goes really hard. You literally just, like, you would just join the Opium War. Oh, that's nice. Good job, Britain. Join the Opium War, and then you, and then as a 6, you attack a princely state, and watch as you just get, like, you know, you just get, like, free domain over India, basically, which is great. We should keep building stuff. We need probably, like, we just need a lot of cotton. We need, like, fabric, and we need engines. We need to get... Okay. Let's drop in motor industry down here. Steel mill. Support it. Go. Oh, they got kicked out of Beijing. Damn. Qing putting up a fight. GIGACHAD. But Britain always wins. I have not seen an AI Qing ever defeat the British. I've seen an AI Britain choose not to fight the Opium Wars before, which is weird. I don't know why they do that sometimes. They just, like, won't invade. I don't think it's because sometimes Qing won't ban opium, and that doesn't happen, and that makes sense. But so there are times when I've seen Qing ban opium, and then I've seen Britain not choose to invade. Which, you know, to each their own, I guess. But it's definitely a strange choice. They should make a landing again. The thing is that even though Britain has a way better army, like, ultimately 400,000 men is a lot to deal with, right? Everything can be white or yellow. What's the difference? When the number is white, this means that the only reason why you're taking a negative is because your construction costs are high. So, for example, if we were to pause construction, like so, this would end up giving us a positive. If it's red, then it means even if you're not building, you're still going to be in the negative, which is a lot more serious. You know, like, should be a lot more worried about that. You play through, yeah. So I did that little playthrough where I played suboptimally to explain de-peasanting, but now I want to do a playthrough where we're playing a lot more, like, optimally in order to show the kind of power that Belgium can. Anyway, I'm just gonna capitulate this war. You know, whatever. I don't care about this war, so we're gonna capitulate it. And then we're going to wait. Once the war in China is over, East India is going to split into 2 million pieces. It'll be hilarious. Then it glitches out and you can still pause construction to go into green. Pretty cool. When it's red. Oh, okay. A little weird, a little weird. Here comes the end of the Opium War. Here, so we get Fujian for free. East India is again at war though, so they won't split up until the war ends. That's when, like, the big balkanization happens. By the way, is when they're at peace. We immediately have a problem where we have no market access. That's because there's no port in Fujian. So we're gonna first build a port before anything else. Gotta stall, unfortunately. Trying to get laissez-faire. Muted, you're back. Wait, oh, the game froze something. Sometimes my computer freezes up because my computer's trash. Don't worry about it, guys. It's chillin'. Anyway, Fujian is really nice to have. The only problem with it is that it's got all this bureaucracy, which is costing me money. Let's just get rid of that. As you can see, that just saved me 10,000 on government wages. So if you look here, this line's gonna drop because you know, that's expensive, and we don't really need that bureaucracy. One thing to keep in mind, okay, if you're ever conquering stuff, and you notice that your income has shot to the bottom of the world, okay, Just destroy the bureaucracy that you just conquered, because that shit's expensive, man. Is the tool building loop detailed in older guides still in broad strokes valid? Yes, definitely. Like there's the split, by the way. Hold on. Here's the balkanization of India, by the way. Now that they got to peace. This is what happens. Now, we're gonna take full advantage of the balkanization here of India. Going to declare an interest in South India. And we want to grab, so if you look at some of these countries, right, they splits kind of randomly. So we should see that places like Andhra, which was taken by Orissa, are not going to be incorporated states. Once we have the interest here, I'll show you something. The amount of infamy you take for conquering a you call it incorporated state is so little compared to an incorporated state that we can take stuff like Bombay and Andhra for like nothing. So check this out. It's actually 0 infamy. Okay. Wow. We've done it. We've done it. This is a 0 infamy conquest. Okay. Does it attempt to reunify? No, it might try, but it never does. There's no infamy cost for this. So, based. If we were to try to conquer Orissa, which I believe is an incorporated state, it would cost 6.6. But we actually have enough modifiers to make a 0 infamy war. Free. It's literally free. We're going to declare this now. They might accept, and I don't want anything besides Andhra, so let's do that. Maybe they'll accept it. No. You see, it didn't cost any infamy to declare this war, which is hilarious. Okay. Might as well make a protector for 0.7 infamy. Kind of down. Now let's call in Britain. What we can do is, here's an interesting, this is a very sweaty tactic, okay, but if you have an ally like Britain, oh, we don't have him as an ally, but when we get him, if we were to take an alliance with him, which we could if we just make a rival. Hold on, let's make like one rival. Hanover. If we make an alliance with Britain, right, and then we call them into a war. Any time that they're spending in a war helping me fight someone is time they're not spending in a war doing something for themselves. So, I am going to just call Britain into every war that I can, because then they're going to be busy helping me instead of helping themselves. This is kind of like a very sweaty, like, it doesn't really matter that much, but like it is technically a good play of like just always bring Britain into every war, because that way they're busy helping you and not busy helping themselves. You know, it's a small thing, but it can matter a little bit, I guess. So yeah, we're gonna conquer Orissa here for literally 0 infamy, or at least it feels like 0 infamy, and then we'll go for stuff like Bombay, which probably be a very similar situation. Shirtless stream when? No, never shirtless. Are you using any mods in this play? No mods or anything. Check out Bombay, probably a similar story here. Also 2.2 infamy. Okay. So the reason why it's a little bit more is because Indore is an unrecognized regional power, which means that they're the minor power equivalent. Orissa was an unrecognized power. So the lower rank a country is, the less infamy they get. So what was happening was that unincorporated state is immediately half off infamy. That's just period, half off. Unrecognized regional power is minus 40%, for a total of minus 90. Unrecognized power is minus 50. So it was 0% infamy cost. In this case, 2.2 infamy is so low that obviously it's completely worth doing. In fact, they might even just back down and give it to me for free. So let's see. They did not. Never lucky, but you know, whatever. And then we can also make them a protectorate for like 2 infamy. So sure, why not, right? Let's do that. We'll call on our boy Britain to help us out, because we might as well. There you go. Britain's going to win the war for us. I don't have to even do anything. Britain will just win for us. Easy as that. Okay. We do the same thing to Gwalior. So Gwalior also, presumably Madras is also unincorporated. So we can also do this to Gwalior and grab Madras. Only problem is that the French have Pondicherry, which is a treaty port. But it has... Wait, why is it inactive? Oh, this is not incorporated. That's why. Oh, France. Okay, France decided they want to defend Indore. Okay, that's interesting. That's kind of a problem. France has decided that they will not stand for this. Okay. That is Monka S. But it's kind of an opportunity. You try to take Pondicherry. This is interesting. So in this situation, it might be best to back down, because the problem is that With Britain's help, I think we'd be able to win. But there's no guarantee the British will contribute a good enough number of people to help out, so we're just gonna back down. It happens. We need to have better relations with France where we do more of this stuff. Unfortunately, France doesn't like me very much. They're domineering. Good. Like to fix that, so we're gonna try to improve relations. So yeah, okay, unfortunate. We can try with Gwalior, but again, because France is so domineering, they're probably going to support people against me. Destroy the petite bourgeoisie. Well, if you look at who supports them, I mean, it's mostly shopkeepers and like stuff like that. They're pretty powerful in today's patches, to be honest. It's harder than it used to be. There you go. It's harder than it used to be to destroy the petite bourgeoisie. It used to be like very easy. But now I think probably the best way is like just make different, like make more jobs that aren't necessarily like shopkeepers can. But to be honest with you, the petite bourgeoisie are not that bad of an interest group to have anyway. They give you a reduction in interest payments, which is... Bro, downstream relations? Come on, France. Do this. Come on. Well, we could try to become friends with like Prussia or something. Russia. Might be ways to counteract the French. Because we don't want them intervening in our wars in India. Anyway, there's Britain winning the war for us. Thank you, Britain. Much appreciated. Eat Dutch when? We're probably not going to eat the Dutch. Not for a while. Not until it's worthwhile to do so, which right now it's not. New company. We're just going to grab the very basic, like, you know, metal conglomerate of Bologna because, you know, pretty nice. Okay, this is interesting. So we have the rare opportunity for a trade union abdication, and funnily enough, like this can be pretty based. I don't know if I want to do it just because like we could abdicate to the trade unions, but thinking about it, what do we think, chat? Do you want to abdicate to trade unions? We might as well. I mean, trade unions are a really good interest group, right? So how about it? It'll make us a republic, I'm pretty sure, and that's fine. Let's do it. We see here that when we abdicate, we have a button here that lets us like basically move our king, enable the law that's being revolted against, and then gain a bunch of loyalists and reduce the political strength of everyone that was in government. We're gonna do that. Architecture doesn't get cheaper when building the raw materials needed for construction. It does get cheaper. I don't know if you're just not... Maybe you're just not noticing it, but it does. It absolutely does. Anyways, we do that, and now we should have a pretty strong... Apparently, even with the trains have gotten much stronger now than they were before, but they still aren't very strong, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm cool with that, though. Get some loyalists that way. Very nice. Drop some of our radicals. We'll end this war now. That's good. Oh yeah. Now we have control over Andhra, which is good. And we're gonna need to get the Orisons to be like, you know, loyal. Which will take a little while probably. Let's just grab a bunch of these tiny guys for some diplomatic power. What do primary cultures get compared to regular exotic cultures? Nothing. The only thing they get is they don't ever assimilate, if you consider that a benefit. So for example, our primary cultures are Flemish and Wallonian. So this means that Flemish and Wallonian pops will never assimilate. They'll always like be themselves. Whereas, for example, North Germans, they should be assimilating. They should be assimilating towards something, to Wallonian, right? They assimilate to whoever is the highest. It was the highest, and also the homeland's cheaper, yeah. But the thing is, like, there's not really. I think, for example, I see this because this is a Flemish homeland, we can conquer for cheaper. Not really a big deal. Our country demographics. Look, we're gonna be like majority Chinese by culture. Oh no, actually, Telugu is actually higher than Chinese. See here that we have like mostly like overseas people compose most of our population. It's pretty funny. Anyway, let's attack Hyderabad now. 1.6 infamy to grab this. They gave it to us. That's nice. Best star. Back them. 5.9 infamy. Britain would help us. France probably wouldn't. Most more benefit of assimilations increasing performance. So true. So true. True and real. So France might choose to support Gwalior if I attack them, which is a little spooky. The thing that's cool is that because Orissa had land in Indochina, we should now have an interest in Indochina, which is cool. If we check out the desire, should be decreasing, right? Yeah, we're good. We have a lot of economic dominance on. Maybe we want to grab Sind. Sind is not bad. Yeah, France probably wouldn't help Sind. Okay. We'll of course call Britain in to do the war for us. Which one's Copenhagen so weirdly in your demic video? I mean, I always say Copenhagen. How is it supposed to be said? That's what I say. Copenhagen. How do I increase productivity? So productivity is based on the profits per worker. So if you look at a building, if you want to increase productivity, one way is to use these production methods that reduce the number of workers in return for spending some goods. You can also increase the profit on the building in general. Productivity isn't really that important though. It's not really about productivity. Like productivity matters, but what you care more about is the weekly balance. This is kind of more important than the productivity itself. The tax puppets, they get your attack institutions. Keep in mind that you will them the government ownership you have. I don't think it's really worth it to like have a big subject in India when you just conquer it yourself. I think it's better just to conquer it personally, but that's just me though. Which would increase the weekly balance? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, it's just to create demand for the good. So, if we were to look at, for example, clothes, we can increase demand by getting richer pops, first of all, because richer pops buy more clothes. Or we can export our clothes. So, for example, I could export clothes to Abad, like this. And we can export clothes to, say, Russia. Like, you know, we can just do that. It's an English name for Copenhagen, so just pronounce it Copenhagen. Do not do the weird thing where you try to make the G sound German. I don't try to make. I just Copenhagen. I'm just saying I'm saying the G like an English G. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. Just saying Copenhagen. Maybe I might have said it differently in the video though. I can accept that. I said it differently. Looks like France really wants to be aggressive this game. Copenhagen. I guess I could say Copenhagen. Okay, but that sounds kind of cringe, though. I know it's probably overdone at this point, but for the LARP, you should consider a papacy to Rome run. I've done those before. It's just kind of like, it's whatever. I feel like it's just been done a lot. Copiumhagen? True, dude. That's how it's pronounced. Is Copenhagen? That's how you say it? Okay, I can say Copenhagen. Yeah, Brendan, can you do the naval invasion already, please? I'm waiting for you to win the war for me. Thank you. You know, are they in another war? No, they're not. They're just choosing to delay the war. Well. Okay, Copenhagen it is then, I guess. That has nothing to do with how the G was pronounced, but that's how the vowel was pronounced. The vowel is changing, not the G in this case. Get railways up here. I don't know why the guy's so worked up over this. People get worked up pronunciation all the time. I try my best to say things authentically when I can, but it's hard, right? I'm not a European. Looks like Britain doesn't feel like helping, so I'm gonna have to build up my own navy. Kind of annoying. I can do it though. Yeah, build up a navy real quick. You just pronounce like you have a fly in the back of your throat. I don't, dude. I don't even Danish people. I don't even want to pronounce things like Danes, bro. But it is set right to arms without saying National Guard for armors, so you can use sell arms and amateur and populace and use headmaster and price both. Selling military goods to your pops doesn't really, unfortunately, doesn't happen very much. Like, okay, so sometimes, like, some of your really rich pops may be willing to buy guns, like small arms, but, like, for example, if we were to look at consumption on small arms, let's see, small arms consumption, we should see that the 6 of them are being bought by pops, because some capitalists buy them, but, like, it's really just not a lot. If we look at what they fulfill, the guns fulfill a leisure. And leisure is fulfilled much more efficiently by, like, literally anything else. Other than services, guns are like well, opium is actually the lowest, I guess. But guns don't fulfill the leisure need very much. They're better off just getting, like, fine art. So it's hard to make guns very demanded in the economy by the pops, generally speaking. How about I do something kind of funny? What if I'm gonna invade Kutch so I can get a land border against, I'm gonna invade Kutch first to get a land border against Sind to make this invasion a lot easier. Sometimes pops get obsessions with small arms. It does happen here and there. It's just that it's pretty rare. It can happen though. In that case, they'll buy a lot more of them. But even they won't buy that many. To be clear, they'll just buy some. They'll just buy more than, like, none. Calling Britain to help out. Luxury clothes PM plenty of silk. Well, the reason why we don't want to use it is because it's going to reduce the production of our regular clothes. Though, to be fair, it looks like it is better. Sometimes it can be worse because you see the luxury clothes don't have a lot of purchases right now, but they'll catch up in purchases. It's just that we didn't want to decrease our clothes production because we kind of want those clothes. We can probably cancel our trade routes. We don't want to export when we want to produce them for our own pops. Making Britain give him India. I mean, yeah, there you go. Finally, Britain's coming in to help against Sind. Finally. How do pops choose or become certain goods? It's just a random. It's completely random. There's no way to influence it. There's no way to make it happen. I've tried to find ways to, like, make stuff happen with obsessions, because some of them can be, sometimes it can be really strong to get an obsession, but no, it just happens randomly. There's just nothing you can do to make it happen. Sometimes you just get an obsession, sometimes you get a taboo. You know, the only natural taboo, or the only natural obsession, I think, is that the Han pops naturally are obsessed with opium. And then beyond that, I think, like, most of the religious, most like the like Hindi people will be taboo meat, and then Muslims will taboo wine and liquor, generally speaking. So if you look at, for example, like Mashriki, they should have, yeah. Oh, they have obsession with coffee. Maybe that's spawned in. I don't know. France with wine, yeah. I think French pops have wine, right? Right about that. Yeah, they do. There's a couple of natural ones, but the ones that spawn randomly, they just happen randomly. I think the English have obsession with tea, right? English have a tea obsession, don't they? Yes, they have a tea obsession. Have that. Alright, thanks for the help, Britain. Finally going in to kill Sind for me. Much appreciated. Through Sind, we can get access to the Sikh Empire, but the Sikh Empire will probably destroy me right now, so I don't want to invade them yet. We can invade Baroda, since we're here. 15.7, it's a little too much. We don't want to go over 25 if we can avoid it. That's where things get scary. Here comes Sind. Thank you for the free land, Britain. Hopefully they come in here and also help me against Kutch. In fact, I could even send my troops over there, to be honest. We don't have enough ships, but there's nobody guarding, so it should be an easy clap. What to the Raj? We made it dissolve by using some little exploity type stuff. Yeah, I find it really unfortunate too that cultural obsessions are, like, super undercooked, because they do add a lot of flavor to the game. And a lot of strategic depth, to be honest. It adds a lot of depth to the game to have to think about that stuff, but fortunately, you know, is what it is, I guess. Here's the exploit. So if you are in a war with on the same side as Britain, which I use the Opium War as an example, you are in a war with Britain, like you're together. When you're in a war together, you can't ever fight each other in any war. So because of that, if you attack a princely state, Britain can't defend the EIC. If Britain ever fails to defend one of its subjects, then that subject goes free. So you attack the EIC. Britain doesn't defend them because they physically cannot because of the game's rules, and then you win. Big W. Become the British now to once again invade. Thank you. Then we allied them afterwards, and now we're just sitting here like using them to win wars for us, which is hilarious. It's like a defensive pact with Prussia. Can we form United Netherlands or taking the Boer states? I will form United Netherlands probably later. Not right now though. There's not much point to it for now. Eventually we will though. Get guns. Just subsidize my guns. Make sure we always have weapons of it. Oh, I forgot that we had condensing engine pumps, dude. I wasn't even using. That's probably why we haven't had as much capitalists. Wait, who's occupying this right now? Okay, it's halfway occupied. I was gonna say, wait a minute, look occupied. Here goes, almost done in Sind. Very excite, much wow. Yeah, I think, so the thing that I want to see an update for more than anything, because, like, yeah, there's all kinds of things that could be updated, and those would all be great. The big thing I really want to see, though, more than, like, any other thing, is a change to how diplomatic plays work. I wish there was more, like, diplomacy in the diplomatic plays than there is right now. It feels like right now, it's like there's just, like, diplomatic plays always go either to war or total capitulation. Like, you either back down or you go to war. And there's no in between. I feel like diplomatic plays should have some kind of, like, negotiation to them, right? But they kind of just don't. It'd be annoying. It feels really weird. There's, like, nothing to them. Anyway, that's a pretty good, you know, bit of Indian land. Nice thing about Sind is it has the Indus Valley plus the Indus River. So you get the market access price impact and the infrastructure, plus the plantation throughput, which means you can get a lot of opium, and opium is of course very profitable. So that's gonna be the next major DLC. I'm hoping so. That would be really cool. That would be, I think that would be the good next direction for Victoria 3 personally. Okay, we can make a Dominion out of Orissa, which is good. Not Orissa's Dominion, we can take Bihar from Awad, and it should be, like, pretty cheap. Although I think we actually have a truce, because this is the guy that I attacked for... Oh yeah, we should be done pretty soon, though. 6 months. Yeah. In the meantime, let's get our boys in position. Put them in here for now. Just so we get the ready to attack Awad. We can take Bihar, and because it's unincorporated, it should be very, very cheap to take. Should be, like, 3 infamy, maybe? Maybe 2. If you act funny enough, if you made Pops obsessed with all goods, they'd be obsessed with no goods. What obsession does is it gives extra weight to them. It gives extra weight to them purchasing that good. So if they all have the extra weight, it won't actually change much. Every river gives Mappy. So Yangtze River gives 5% Mappy. Yellow River gives 5% Mappy. They all give Mappy. Well, maybe not all maps in the game, but all the, like, major rivers give Mappy. Even here, this one doesn't. Bengal Delta doesn't. But this with Ganges does, though. This one gives Mappy, but not the Delta, unfortunately. Now what sucks is that Bengal, they have, like, some of the best states. Like South Bengal is, like, amazing, but they are recognized. So taking their state will be, like, really expensive, unfortunately. Cancel all these trades. Danube, yeah, I think Danube gives Mappy, or does it not? Let me check. Never noticed the other ones. Yeah, it's okay. It happens. Let me see. Does Danube have Mappy? It does. Danube also has Mappy. What are the rivers? Does this river have Mappy? No, Tigris and Euphrates don't have Mappy, but you get double the infrastructure though. Port some more bullets, I guess. British bullets. Port some man of wars from the British. Bangalore is one of our other gives. Bangalore. Where, that's like... How am I forgetting where Bangalore? One of these is Isn't that like... Fuck, I don't remember where Bangalore is. I gotta Google it now. Where the hell is Bangalore? I don't know. I can't believe I'm forgetting where Bangalore is. So bad. Oh, I'm gonna gain independence. It's an exploit. It's you join the opium war on Britain's side, then you attack a princely state. Britain can't support the EIC because they're supporting you in the opium war, so you get it for free. So we can attack here. Bihar should be like no infamy. 4.5, not bad. See here, this is why. Oh, because I'm a major power, so we're getting more now. But yeah, it's pretty cheap. Britain will help us. So the boys are already in position. You can make him protectorate for 6.3, which I'm down for. We're just gonna basically reassemble the the British Raj, basically what's gonna be the Belgian Raj. And South Bengal. Oh, okay, yeah. South Bengal's got the Bengal Delta, but not the they don't have the Ganges River though, which is funny because I'm pretty sure the Ganges River does run to here, but yeah. This modifier is super good for making just huge amounts of opium. Bhopal there. Okay. We could conquer Delhi for really cheap, which I'm down for. Like people that I feel like killing the IC wasn't the smartest idea for the new player friendly stream. Well, we did the new player friendly section in the beginning, but now we're doing more like a sort of what Belgium can accomplish type deal. So we should get rid of whatever bureaucracy was here. Because we did the new player friendly stuff in the beginning. Now we've moved on. Can you make a power block? I can. I don't really want to right now though, because it would harm my relations to all the great powers. Rather not. I think I'm just gonna rival France, to be honest. I think we're just gonna say fuck it. France will be my rival. We're looking over here. How's our de-peasanting? So you see that the same principle we had before for the new players, okay? The same principle we had before when it came to like trying to de-peasant is still applying here. We are focusing on getting our buildings like up here so that we don't have peasants anymore. Because we don't have peasants, we have a lot more of an income. You see our income tax is pretty good, our poll tax is pretty good. Imagine the wine bug on steroids. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess it would affect things, but just not as much as you might think if like literally everything is obsessed. How's Persia doing? Doing alright. So for the new players wondering, like, so one thing I will say, it can sometimes be difficult to understand like what's good about conquering this land, right? So this is what planning ahead is. Right now this land is basically doing nothing for me at all. It's got like one iron mine, okay. It's got some dyes, that's pretty cool, you know, it's not really doing much for me at the end of the day, like right now anyway. But, okay, eventually we're gonna run out of labor. Alright, so we're looking at 87,000 peasants, we're gonna run out of labor eventually. When that happens, we're gonna need a new source of labor. And there's no better source of labor than China and India, okay, just like real life, okay? There's lots of people there, in fact, some of them are migrating over already. But the idea is that we have all these pops overseas who are gonna have like terrible living standards. We're going to want to move somewhere better, and they're probably going to move over here to Belgium. So what we're doing with conquering this land is we're getting the resources, that's one thing. So we're getting access to like the dyes and stuff, right? And that's all well and good, but Andhra by itself, 243 dyes is enough to supply like my entire market for the next like 80 years probably, okay? But what we're looking for is we're trying to get these pops to move over to Belgium eventually. It'll take a while, they're not going to come over right away. But once a cultural community is developed, we see here there is one now for Canada. As they develop, they're going to move over here, and that's going to give us extra labor. Now, unfortunately, they moved to Flanders when I kind of want them in Wallonia, but, you know, it's random chance if they want to. I did hear about the government of Bangladesh collapsing. Yeah, the prime minister there, you know, got, like, retreated to India and then retreated to London, I think, after, so Rip the Bangladeshi government, I guess. Oh, cool. We can go to autocracy, actually. Kind of down for it because the industrialists are like authoritarian. Let's go to autocracy. We can form Burgundy later. There's just probably other GPs. I should be like, yeah, I'm number 3. I'm behind Russia, but I'm ahead of all the other GPs, just off of the little bit of China and India that I have. Let's grab this piece of Mysore. A little risky though, because France might support them. Gotta be careful. I think I want to grab like Siam as a protectorate. That'd be like a really nice protectorate to grab. France won't help them, so that sounds good. Do that. We even have a land border, so that's really nice. We can, you know, push in. We don't have to even worry about naval invasions. Need more ports though, eh? Damn. Ports are kind of a problem right now. Do that. Get some ports up. Well, you know what I should do? I forgot to do this. We should just reset production methods and everything to make sure we do the right stuff. So, that'll get us more convoys. The approaches ate all the food in the PM's house. I love that's hilarious. Great. Ports are important. Yes, they are. Because okay, again, for the new players, right? When you have a deficit of ports, it reduces your supply network efficiency. And what that translates to effectively, currently in the game, there is no supply routes for armies. They do take up convoys. But if, for example, your supply network is weak, it won't affect your army in any way. So don't worry about that. What it does affect is market access. So you see here we have 81% market access in all of India and in China. And that's because of our low convoys. But in terms of the army, in old patches, having no supply strength did make your armies like useless, but now it doesn't. They just like, I don't know if they bugged it or moved intentionally, but currently armies do not suffer any penalties for having low convoys. Doesn't matter, even though they consume convoys, they just doesn't do anything. Britain doesn't want. Oh, Britain already. I forgot to call on Britain. Fuck. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Sorry, I was explaining and I forgot. Hold on. We're gonna go back and save. I forgot to call in Britain. My bad, guys. My bad. It happens. It happens. I'll affect the desire of subjects. It does. It does do that. Do a belly button? No. No. It does also affect liberty desire. That is true. For overseas subjects. I forgot to call on Britain. Sometimes these things happen. Did we not go far back enough? Of course. Okay, hold on. A little further back. I guess they removed it because a war with any naval enemy leads to convoy sinking. Like, yeah, and then they end up, like, it ends up not being a very fun war. That's probably why they got rid of it, because it was just really annoying. People were, like, really didn't... It wasn't fun to deal with, like, you know, all the convoy problems. So we're going to add war goals in hopes that Siam just backs down. Them backing down would be great. So, you know, let's just, like... We'll just do that and hope they might back down. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. We're almost a great power, by the way, which is cool. The boys have arrived. Go 1 chest here. I actually have a pretty much bare chest. Sorry, guys. I unfortunately do not have very much chest hair at all. Like, I'm a young gun, okay? Haven't got a lot of chest hair. They're just getting absolutely destroyed. So this is because our units are better. We're just destroying them. And you can see here that all these dead and wounded, they're not going to be able to reinforce very much. You can see their manpower bar, this blue bar here. Compare mine. It's almost halfway done. It's like maybe 2/3 done. Theirs is like down to 1/3, right? So they're just getting absolutely slaughtered. So they're just gonna die. The pop growth chart. There you go. It's just like, it's more a staircase than like a, you know, than like growth really. New company, so we're probably just gonna get something like the, just like the Wallonia Forestry Guild, because more throughput on wood is nice. That. I want to become a subject. Okay, that's fine. It used to be that you could yo-yo sway for subjects pretty easily, but not anymore. Now it's like really hard. But stop wasting influence on this. So Prussia and Russia both like me. France is a bit scary, but I think we can eventually go and fight France and fine. This tutorial? I mean, more or less, yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. In the earlier part of the stream, we went through and played very slowly and like showed how to build like tax base and how to like be peasant, which is a very important part of the game, and explain kind of some of like what you're looking to do. But now we're playing Belgium and trying to apply what we looked at before and try to like create a nice strong empire. How to decrease pollution without giving influence to landlords and peasants? Healthcare. Healthcare decreases pollution impact. So if you get healthcare, you see it gives minus 60% pollution effects reduction. If you max that out, so you multiply that by 5, you get like I think as much as like 75% reduction. And then that way you basically don't have to worry about it. Other than that, though, pollution is really not that important. Pollution doesn't really matter. Take a step back, that's fine. There we go. So there's Siam as a protectorate now. They should, again, be relatively loyal. I think we're going to be problems. Once you get the relations up, it'll be fine. They're not that economically dependent, but here's one way you can quickly skyrocket dependence. Is just spam opium. Literally, just like... Once these 19 opium fields build, they'll be completely dependent on me economically. I'm a Twitch sub. Will you stream here or on Twitch onwards? I'm streaming on both. I'm literally on both right now, so you watch whichever one you prefer. If you're a Twitch sub, you probably want to watch on Twitch because then you don't get any ads. But if you prefer YouTube, you're welcome to watch on YouTube. You just watch whatever you want. I'm on both. You can get public healthcare with the church pretty easily. That is true. Although in the case of Belgium, you kind of already have like a hugely strong industrialist base, so it's hard to do. But yeah, true. We could conquer Nepal, but I don't think we need to. We might want to conquer like Burma. This could be a good pick. It's mostly for immigrants. So the reason why we're grabbing these high pop states is so that we can start getting immigrants back home. Because we're gonna eventually run out of pops. You know, we're far away from that for now, but eventually we're going to. So we're planning ahead. Also, it's because of the plantation goods. So we want the access to the dyes, we want access to the opium. All this stuff is very, very strong. But it will eventually be for the population. Should we get conscripts mobilized faster? That would be with the enlistment effort. This gives you 5% conscription rate, which is a very significant... Whether it's the training rate. Sorry, the training rate is what you might be asking about. Both. This is a really good edict, or decree, whatever. Very good, okay. Let's add Greener Grass campaign to Wallonia. Hopes to get more immigrant. Thanks for the follow. No aim, by the way. Appreciate it. When watching your economic videos, I get lost when the building suddenly are level 200. How do they go from 15 to 6 size 200 with like 20 years? It wasn't worded too badly. I think I understand. What's happening is you'll probably notice between that moment and the one where they're like size 200 and all that, is that my construction sectors have increased massively. So right now you see I have 54 construction points. So building like 200 levels of any building is very difficult. But if once this number hits like 1,000, you can drop down like 200 levels of a building like almost instantly. Like it's crazy how fast you'll build. So the game is like very much like you're ramping up, right? So you start off kind of slow, things are chugging along pretty slowly, and then over time you just reach this climax of power. Does the advice in your old vid still count? It depends on what the advice is. Some of it will, some of it won't. Most of the economic advice does still count because the principles of Victoria 3's economics are still the same, even though the new update changed things a bit. But it just depends on what the exact advice is. Need more Man of Wars. Okay, there's autocracy, by the way. Now we got a new flag. It's cool. If we form United Netherlands, we'll be Burgundy. That's pretty cool. Go like this now. And then I want to try to get. Can I try to get public health insurance? Not yet, but kind of cool. We need more ships. Let's maybe. I guess we can just subsidize this. That would work. It's hard sometimes to keep the shipyards profitable because there's not a lot of demand for ships usually. Fine. We also probably need ammunition, I imagine. Yeah, we do need ammunition, so let's get some of that going. I'd probably exploit conquered land beyond Europe. When I conquer Zululand, Transvaal, Oranje, Brunei, and so on, they're always high term people who don't want to work. So this is a tough question. Like it is hard to do. But just speaking, like let's say for example, I've conquered Andhra, right? Okay. I've conquered it, and you see that the turmoil is at 32%, and it's been going down ever since I conquered it because my standard of living is pretty good. See, this map mode, right? The parts of India that I'm conquering are redder than the parts of India that I have conquered. And that's because my market has good prices on stuff like grain, it has good prices on stuff like clothes. Like if you look at grain here, it's 8% higher than base, not too bad. Clothes, a little bit higher than base, not too bad. Whereas if we check, say, the Indori market, grain is cheaper, but everything's cheaper. Fuck, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm stupid. But the point is that when I conquer an area, the pops usually get better lives. In fact, yeah, you can see they're actually doing okay because their stuff is cheaper. A better way to look at it is probably Hyderabad. Their market probably is shit. Yes, their grain is 30% higher than base price. Their liquor is very expensive. Their clothes are very expensive. Everything's expensive here. So when I conquer Hyderabad, I'm actually going to be increasing their standard of living, almost certainly. So right when I conquer them, they're going to get a bunch of turmoil from a bunch of radicals from conquest. Then they're going to be able to buy goods for cheap and become less radical. So in general, if you're having a problem where, let's say you conquer Zulu and then they remain hyper radical even after like a year or two, it's because you don't have enough goods to make them happy. They need more goods. So you might want to consider something like focusing on focusing on like like creating more consumer goods, basically. Why communism is better than capitalism? It isn't. Anyone that tells you that communism is stronger than capitalism in this game is just wrong. They're just bad at the game because they don't know how to play the game properly. That's how it's always been. And yeah, this is the autocracy flag for Belgium. Autocracy Kingdom. Or we're gonna form United Netherlands and become Burgundy later. Be a good meme. Gonna make a power block? Probably not for a bit. If I were to make a power block right now, it would be like a really weak power block and wouldn't really be able to get any mandates. And we would just make everyone hate us. Although I guess might as well work on it now. When do you stop building things like iron, wood, coal, and steel and start building consumer goods? You start doing that, I'd say, once you've mostly de-peasanted. Because that's when you actually will have pops who can buy those consumer goods. For example, right now, I'm just going to focus on my homeland states. Right now, we've got, like, still hundreds of thousands of peasants. So if we make a consumer economy, it won't really matter that much. I can't make it appear the Zulu province you would tech using Mappy. Do you have a port in Zulu? So specifically, Peter Maritzburg here doesn't actually have a port. Well, the AI has built one, but if you conquer it very early in the game, there's no port in Zulu. So you end up having no market access. You'd have to, for example, here in Bihar, I don't have market access with this, but you got to make sure you have market access through a port usually. So we're gonna get farmers in the farms. If you're having trouble with farmer qualifications, we can check what farmers require. So if you look here, farmers need wealth. So I guess you need wealthier pops. In that case, maybe, I don't know, just like, I don't know why they're not going to the farms then. Skill issue? I don't know, I'm sorry. I'd have to look at the exact situation to know why they're not going in there. We're gonna tax this a bunch. You have a port even more than one? Okay. Well, the Mappy is probably something like 70%, if I had to guess. Assuming, I would assume that you're around 70% Mappy. So, with 70%, you should be able to get them at least some goods. How to get cooperative ownership on industries as an option while retaining free market? You can't. Unfortunately, in Victoria 3, there are now limited mixed economies, but there's no true mixed economies. You can't have anything cooperatively owned, except for stuff that's in the base game cooperatively owned. So, for example... I don't know if there are any more, but there are some... Well, I guess, okay, an example of what you might say is farms can do it with homesteading. So with homesteading, half of all farm levels will always be held by local workforce. That's the only way you can do it without cooperative ownership. But cooperative ownership will force everything to collectivize. So you can't really, unfortunately. From what rank is safe to get into debt? I'd say once you're a major power or a great power, debt isn't so bad. Great power debt is pretty pointless. Like 2.3% is nothing. But as a major power, it's like maybe 5%. It's not too bad. Will you puppet all of India? Probably not all of it, but I'll puppet a lot of it. Probably not puppet. I'm gonna conquer most of it, but yeah. See. Either way, I'd like to attack maybe Gwalior. What's the chance that gets involved? Pretty high. Okay, let's not do that then. There's a chance that Gwalior just backs down, though. They might just back down. 37% chance. Make a save, just in case. What is an impaired mega campaign coming, by the way? It's been put on the back burner, but it will come. I have part of the script written out, but it's not done yet. Damn, they didn't say yes. Well, the French might join this war, which would suck. It'll come, it'll come. It just that when Victoria 3 DLC came out, it kind of just became the main priority for like all the content for a bit. So yeah, but it'll come though. Opium is almost done. So if we look at the economic dependence here, we see that it's reliant now because we control 34% of their GDP. And unfortunately, this number is bugged. This number doesn't work properly. So controlling 31% of Bangkok, 2% of Nakhon Ratchasima, and 0.7% of Siamese Laos adds up to 34.1%. That does not necessarily mean that I control like 34% of their total GDP. So if you add these numbers up, 13.2k plus 978 plus 327 is not going to be 34% of their total GDP. They have 2.2 million GDP. So this is a good thing. It's a good thing in this case. Like, you know, it's obviously helping us that this number is bugged, but this number is not calculated correctly. This doesn't make like controlling 2% of this tiny state should not equate to 2% of the total GDP of the whole country. But you know, it is what it is. And yeah, France does side with Gwalior. That's unfortunate. We can call Britain in to help us. Maybe with a... they don't want to do a war goal. Okay, what's the line? Here's the question. Okay, here's what we can do. We could try to do some crazy shit against France right now. Let's see, maybe we want to do that. A bunch of interest declared. I haven't declared, lol. Probably should do that. Haven't declared any interests, GIGACHAD. There are no joint ventures or events, there any content at all. I think Korea has stuff, but maybe it comes up later. I know Korea got some stuff as part of the patch, but conquer French lowlands. That's what I'm kind of thinking as we conquer this French Low Countries. With Britain's help, I think we can defeat France, but it's going to be close for sure. How much would it cost me for the French lowland? 28 infamy. Cool, but it's fine. Let's also liberate Occitania, which is really they put France in the dirt, you know. Having trouble passing laws, unfortunately, is probably just like an RNG issue. Because sometimes laws just like are having a lot of trouble passing, right? There's not much you can do about it. Put this one. I want to get my navy over here. Maybe we can do some cheeky naval landing in Normandy or something. Let's hold on, let me turn on extra mobilization option. That should help us a little. Okay, so you promote the general. When you press C, so when you promote a general, if you press C, it hits yes for you. It's a shortcut. See, shortcut confirm C, so you can super fast promote generals. We're gonna sit and we're gonna defend for a bit. Let's actually put you home. I want to use you for a cheeky invasion. So one thing to note about generals, right? For the new players, okay, for generals, all right. The more generals you have, each one contributes. So if you look at advanced front, this contributes 5 general advancement speed. This is I forget if it's every week or every day. I think it's every day.
this is how much they will push towards starting a battle. Once they get 100 advancement points, I don't know what you'd call it. We can see it demonstrated here in this battle. Once a general gets like, you know, I think advancement progress, 100 advancement progress, they begin a battle. So if you have 4 generals, you'll be advancing 4 times every day instead of 1 time every day. For the purpose of naval invasions, we tend to want to do a lot of generals because then we can have more battles happening, especially against a place that has no garrison. So right now there's no garrison here. These guys are in South France. Yeah, Occitania. So we want to have as many generals as possible for when we do push into Normandy. We're also defending this front here. In general, units have a higher defense than attacks. You see 41 versus 27. 41 defense, 27 offense. So we can sit here and defend and hopefully not totally die. You see France has way more men, but look at how many of them are dying, right? Britain is now actually choosing to attack, which is curious. But we're going to try to just like defend as much as we can and hope that we can eventually run out the French manpower. France does have a lot of manpower, so it's not going to be easy, but we will try. We're going to naval invade into Normandy. We're going to hope that we can maybe, like, you know, get a landing there. Unfortunately, it looks like there's a navy here, so it's going to block our naval invasion. Maybe it won't because they're distracted by the British, though. Let's see. Oh, they moved an army there. Never mind. They moved an army there. Okay, too late. AI is a bit smarter than it used to be. They do be moving armies. They do be doing that, so fortunate. We're gonna get rid of these commanders. And I thought maybe we could do something cheeky, but I think the AI usually is pretty good about actually defending naval invasions now. Yeah, more admirals is a trap. Yeah, more generals tends to be better, but more admirals kind of sucks. I'm not sure how this war will go. We might end up losing this war. We are conscripting. We probably should get our conscription decrees back down. Social mobility. Enlistment efforts. We'll take off, like, I don't know, the greener grass camp. We can just go really hard, to be honest. We can just go, like, super hard. Like a ton of conscripts. Infantry have the highest defense stat, so generally speaking, you want to do infantry if you're defending. Fortunately, the French are, like, pushing real hard. They're halfway to occupying Flanders. And Britain's kind of just, like, not contributing much of an army. 114 is not bad. I shouldn't say they're not contributing much. It could be doing a lot more. Point. Well, oh, yeah, I think we're just going to lose. Yeah, we're just going to get, like, fully occupied and die. Huge rip. Yeah, this is France will destroy. I'm gonna go back to that save. One thing I will say, especially if you're a new player, like especially if you're a new player, don't just load saves if things don't go well, because sometimes it's hard to know if things will go well. Go back a save file and just, you know, learn from what happened there. Victoria 3 is very hard to predict. It's very hard to know like whether or not something will go in your favor, because the numbers are hard to calculate sometimes. So it's usually a pretty good idea to just go back, and it's okay. There's no shame in that. Wrong with that. So we're gonna not attack Gwalior because we defended. We can attack Mysore. Not bad. France probably would defend them. 60 infantry, 30 artillery, 20 lances, okay. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, if you're attacking, then more cavalry. So if you're attacking and you expect to win, like you expect to not have trouble winning, cavalry is good because you get more occupation speed, so you move faster. If you're attacking and you need extra punch because the enemy is strong, artillery is good. If you're defending, then infantry is best. That's usually like the way that it works. Those are our transportation price. Not bad. Couch naval invasions? Yes, because then you get the naval invasion done faster. Because it gives you more occupation progress. But it's also good for open fronts, right? If you have an open front on someone, Cav will just rush through and destroy it. So yeah, I do agree with that. Let's get cultural exclusion, just because, you know, it's going to give us loyalists. If you see a political movement for a law you don't really care about, and it's going to give you, like, millions of loyalists, just grab it, bro. How many boats do you have, True Bow, True 10? Because you have to have one boat for every battalion, otherwise your men will have insufficient support and will do very poorly in battle. But we should do our interests, by the way. I forgot to declare any interests. Curious. Actually, the benefit of loyalists, they give extra approval to your interest groups. So you see all this approval? This is from loyalists, and this is super good. This means that I can pass whatever laws I want without needing to worry about everyone becoming upset, right? It also means I get access to these pretty good little interest group traits. Which, by the way, I'm just saying, okay, there should be like somebody should make a mod. Maybe I should make it, where you can there should be like a system of like swapping out and changing these interest group traits in order to make the game more interesting. Because I could see it being really interesting to have like some kind of meta around like what interest group traits to pick if there are more than just like a handful in the entire game. This could be a cool way to like, you know, this could be a cool way to spice up the game a bit, but unfortunately, like, you know, there's just like a handful of them in the entire game. Which kind of sucks, but well. Mod performance you can recommend? I can't think of a mod, but one thing that helps is to put the game on 30 FPS. That helps a lot. But I don't know about any mods that do. We want to attack China. What are we doing today? We're just playing. We're playing some Victoria 3, trying to play for like. We're not trying to play poorly, but we're trying to play to like, you know, help new players and stuff. Lost the Opium Wars is still on. Okay. Do they have line infantry yet? Because one thing is that China is tougher than they look once they get line infantry. They're still on irregulars. Okay. I think we can take more land in China. I did collapse the EIC like I did in Denmark game. Yes. That. Conquer Xinjiang. Actually, maybe let's do like Burma first. Affect them though is scary. It's kind of scary. France being hostile is really scary, honestly. We need a way to like. We need a way to like to maybe like break France apart in some way. If we could. We could get like see if we can get like Prussia and Britain to help us. Maybe we just declare a war on France, and just break them into pieces to try and harm them. That might be our best bet. Because we really need to like break France apart because they're just way too strong right now. Is Japan too expensive into infamy? Not really, no. Like, you know, 20's not bad. It's not too bad at all. Okay, let's do this. Let's go for it, eh? Prussia would help. Great Britain would help. I think Great Britain and Prussia would be good. Let's see if are they busy in other wars right now? No, and kinda, but they're not gonna help either side. I don't think. Yeah. So let's go for conquering the Low Countries, and we'll liberate Occitania. So one thing to note about whenever you're going into a play and you're doing something that will add infamy. So if you look at when we declare a play to take the Low Countries like this, right? We see that we're going to generate 28.7 infamy, which is going to harm relations with these countries. You know, minus 14 with Prussia, minus 14 with Britain. Now, I'm pretty sure Britain's going to support us no matter what because we're allies. But in the case of Prussia, with minus 14, Prussia might be less willing to help us in the war with that minus 14 relations, although they're friendly, so probably not. But and yeah, so they're probably going to help us anyway. But it can be a consideration. It's like, okay, we don't want to, you know, we don't want to lose the help from the ally because we do this first. What we do is we're going to start the war using a diplomatic demand that is not the one that generates infamy. So we're going to liberate Occitania to start, which generates no infamy. This will be what we'll start with. Then we're going to add war goals after that will add infamy. We're also going to make sure that we use the enlistment decrees. Also, to the guy asking if I'm Turkish, yes, I am Turkish. Based. But yeah, I'm Turkish. I have Turkish background. I'm just gonna conscript a whole bunch. This war is like really important, so we're gonna conscript a bunch. Get a bunch of good generals if we can. A pillager is good. So pillaging causes more devastation, and the reason why that can be good is that first of all it harms the enemy. But we you know, like we don't really care much to harm France with devastation. What it can do though is that if the devastation is really high, the migration traction is lower, and we might see that they're gonna have a mass migration towards us, maybe if we're lucky. It's unlikely, but it can happen. Get this guy. Just max them all out. It's costing us a lot of bureaucracy, but it's fine. And we'll get this dude for a defensive guy. We'll put him on defense, and he'll just defend for us. Sounds good. And then let's get some bureaucracy, because we're pretty low on bureaucracy. We have some tax capacity issues in Wallonia, so we'll... Good. So the Ottomans patch. I have not played with them in this patch yet. Not yet, but I will soon, probably. I'll check them out. Anyway, let's call in Prussia first, I think. Where'd Prussia go? They're not involved in this war? Wait, is Prussia not in this play because they don't have an interest? Oh, they have an interest in South. Oh my gosh. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. That's a slight misplay. They don't have... Basically, what happened here is that because I started the play for Occitania, they don't have an interest in Occitania. So, they can't get involved in the war, unfortunately, but that's alright. Maybe just me and Britain can handle this. Papal States joined. Oh no, it's over. Would you advise using the production methods? Yeah, you should. I mean, well, yeah, of course. You should always use the best production methods that you can because they give the best jobs and the best goods in general. Get we need like more ammunition. Subsidize this. Good. I don't know. Let's see how we do here. I think we'll be able to win here. Because we have a lot of conscripts coming up. Liberate Brittany first? Yeah, it's fine though. I think we'll be okay. I could reload, but we're gonna see if I can win this war without Prussia. Because maybe we can, right? Maybe we can win against maybe we can win without Prussia's help. Let's see. If this number doesn't go positive by the time the war starts, then I'll go back. Oh man, look at all the war goals being added. Holy. Look at all this. Jeez. The longer that we wait, though, the more conscripts we get, so I'm kind of down. Let's grab the Madras Treaty Port. How did you lose Holland? This is a new save. We're not playing the old save. Put everyone on defense. And just, you know, hold up and see if we can reduce the power of these French troops. Because we have a lot of conscripts as Belgium. That's Belgium's strength, is all these conscripts, you know? We can just conscript like a ton of pops. Let's see. We start? No, I think let's see how the defense goes. Maybe we can do okay on the defense. That's pretty good. You got poor visibility, I got good visibility. This is all just RNG. Unfortunately, you can't really plan around the good tactics or the bad tactics, but it is. Okay, I think we can do this. What do treaty ports do? Treaty ports basically force a trade agreement on an enemy. So let's say that, for example, this treaty port here with Hong Kong and China. The treaty port makes it so that China can never embargo Britain, which would force their trades go away. And it makes so that all trade routes that come in from... so trade routes that they send out to Britain will still get tariffed. You can see here. But trade routes that Britain makes with China will never have tariffs on them. So if you look at this trade, it should have 0 tariffs, except for British tariffs. Britain can still charge their own tariffs, but Qing can't charge any on them. So it gets rid of tariffs from the other side, and it also prevents embargoes. How's this going? I didn't even... Are we winning? I think we're kind of winning. Kind of? We're piling. Let's just go back and try to get Prussia involved. Just go back. I think when it comes to labor saving PMs, Krangly, you're probably better off not using them until you have a lot of your peasants gone, because you don't want to like, you know, remove jobs when people kind of need those jobs, even if they're not very good ones, because those jobs are still better than peasants, you know. Okay, so let's do it this way instead. This way, Prussia can get involved. Look at Netherlands. Okay. Also, we should be immediately conscripting. Sorry, conscripting right away. Go. Let's get more conscripts. I get some artillery this time. Plus some infantry. Then a little bit of cav. I'm just kind of spitballing the numbers. I'm not doing any like particular build or anything. Just spitballing. I also want to industrialize a poor country. Like you gotta just make jobs that generate like create engineers. Okay, that's basically the answer. Create engineers. Yeah, you want a Wargle? I'm willing to. We have to wait till Britain comes in. I'm willing to give Prussia Alsace-Lorraine if they want it. Yeah, you can have Alsace-Lorraine, Prussia. Then I want French Low Countries, reparation. I want to. Wait, did I not declare an interest in Occitania? Want to liberate Occitania, of course. Why you don't conscript from India? Because I think because probably they're not going to be able to employ very well. Maybe they would. I don't think they would be able to, though. I think they're gonna have trouble with employment compared to the ones locally here. Not to mention, I mean, why don't I give some jobs to my pops, right? Like we have lots of peasants. Let's get them in the army. This is like 75,000 jobs that that presumably they can do, right? America rivaled me. Okay, let's see how it is. Everything that I want. Good. Pretty sure with Prussia's help we got this. Like, come on now. Really. Thanks for the follow, by the way. That interesting way to write 19. That should be XIV, not XV. Désolé. Thank you. To do a proper naval invasion, you have to have as many ships as you have battalions. If you have that, then your naval invasion will be okay. It should only be infantry. I don't think that's necessarily true anymore. That used to be the case, but not anymore. I think now it's fine to have even conscripted artillery and cavalry. This should be fine. Now I see we've got the advantage on both fronts. I think we'll be just fine. Medieval / clock style 19. Interesting. Wouldn't it just be XIV? Nerd shit? Okay, maybe I wouldn't know, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. That's funny though. Oh, wait, these guys don't even have the good mobilization options, bruh. Turn those on, man. There you go. The reason you turn these on is because basically you use more goods, but you get more stuff, and more stuff is usually worth the cost of the goods, like pretty much every case. Now we should be absolutely destroying the French. Okay. This will allow us to neuter the French army before they can, get too big. Then we can just, run through France, and we'll liberate Occitania, Brittany. We'll give Alsace-Lorraine to Prussia. I'm taking the Low Countries. Get nice and big. For landmax, should be XIX. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, XIX. That would be the correct way. Sorry, it's been a while since I did Roman. That would be correct. Yeah, consumer centers do create jobs, and they're also, oh my god, not general training, bro. So skill issue. These do create jobs, and obviously they're not employing fully because it's a lot of pops have to bring, and it takes a lot from them to reinforce. But, slowly but surely we're going to be gaining... These are creating temporary jobs. They're going to go away once the war's over, but a job's a job, right? I mean, for realism, yeah, but in the game it's fine. You can use random farmers to be artillery operators and stuff. In the game, anyway. In real life, I know it can be a problem, but... in the game, it's totally fine. What to do if people don't want to work and a building that you need, even workforce is available, then you subsidize. When you subsidize a building, even if other buildings are more profitable, people will still work in that building preferably. So watch this, right? This ammo industry seems to be having troubles employing, so I'm going to subsidize it, and now it's just going to force people in. Even if they have to leave other industries, they're just going to come in, and it doesn't matter. They're going to be forced in here. So that's one way you can force pops into a place that you need, is through subsidies. We do want some explosives though, so let's put one explosives factory there. Alsace-Lorraine is almost occupied. Good job, Prussia. They're carrying their weight. Not that they're heavy or anything. They're pretty useful. They usually punch quite far above their weight. There they go. They made it into Alsace-Lorraine. That's nice. Let's put a strategic objective on Ile-de-France. I don't actually know how effective Ile-de-France is. It's I don't know how effective strategic stuff is, but how does occupation work? Every time you win a battle, you gain a baseline of 25% occupation in a state. So we see here, just won that battle, 27%. Presumably this is because the Prussians have some cavalry in their army. Cavalry add a little bit of occupation whenever they occupy. So we see here, Hussars give, maybe it's Dragoons. Yeah, Dragoons give 30% battle occupation, Cuirassiers give 30%, Lancers give 30%. You get a little bit more occupation for each cavalry in the army, and you get a baseline of 25% for every battle that you win. How does tenant farmers and serfdom affect migration exactly? So under serfdom, peasants can't leave the subsistence farm. They're stuck in it. So that sucks for them. Under tenant farmers, with tenant farmers rather, peasants can leave the peasant farm and the subsistence farm, and once they do, they're not peasants anymore and they can migrate. But they can't migrate while they're still peasants. So you can't have peasants migrating around. Under homesteading, peasants can always migrate. Again, assuming you have no migration controls. The other Qing guides in the near future? Maybe. Qing is a bit... I have to do some strategizing for Qing, because I haven't really figured out a good Qing strat up to now. We see, by the way, we have a lot of Irish pops coming in here, which is pretty cool. We have some Min. So these are people from China who are coming in, and they're going to form a pretty nice worker base for us. We even have some Manchurians in Canada and stuff. We still have lots of peasants, so we don't have to worry about labor right now, but eventually it's going to be very useful to have all these migrants. And yeah, we're destroying France. They're getting, destroyed. Gonna get to Paris, and we're good to go. Now it's unified into one front, by the way, which actually kind of sucks, because it would have been faster if we had multiple fronts working at the same time. It is what it is. It's not too bad. We get there. We have 108 battalions now, by the way, that were mobilized. But it's like, you know, you don't really need that many, to be honest. It's very expensive is the problem, but it's okay. It's going to pump up our GDP, at least, because it's going to increase the price of everything. That's nice. Unfortunately, it looks like none of our battles are happening in Paris. We want them to happen here, so we actually occupy its capital. We can war. It is what it is. Advice in mid to late game for Belgium, if you're playing tall, is to have investment rights in Russia and Austria. These countries are very rich, but they never industrialized, and Japan as well. I don't think you really need investment rights in those countries. Generally speaking, if you just build up your own country, you'll do fine. There's not really much point to getting investment rights in another country. Like, investment rights to me are kind of not really that good. Like, you know, generally speaking, you should probably just build up your own country and then conquer other countries and build up those sections that you conquer instead of investing in someone else's country, unless you want to get them into your power block. People repeat the messages in YouTube chat because I don't read them, because there's too many of them. So I don't read them, so they repeat them, hoping that I'll read them. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It does make sense to subsidize trade centers, because if you make a trade, you presumably want the trade to happen, even if it's not profitable, right? Like, sometimes you'll make a trade that's not profitable, but you just want those goods. For example, if I have a shortage of, let's say, ammunition, which right now I don't, but let's say that I did, I'd want to import it. And for example, this Prussian one is a not profitable trade, but I kind of just want ammunition, you know, no matter how unproductive it is. So I might, for example, subsidize my trade centers to do that. Anyway, we're almost in Paris. We're gonna significantly neuter France by doing this, by taking Occitanie. There we are, we just got into Paris. Now they're gonna start losing force support again. Great. That's right, Nagand. I do ignore messages all the time, and it is because I hate chat. Got him. Maybe France is not willing to accept this. Not yet. They're almost there, though. What conditions are you met to make construction sites not bankrupt? You should make the input goods for them cheap, and you should have enough investment pool to be able to use those construction sectors. Great. So there you go. We've split them up into a bunch of pieces. That's great. We're going to incorporate this because it's our primary, one of our primary culture home. And then we need more bureaucracy, so let's work on that. Oh, let's this. I did remove the send hate button. Why? I think I did that because it was it was mind flooding me, so I got rid of it. Just funny. But yeah, we also need more paper, it looks like. Oh, we can just do this. I forgot that we had the next. I should every once in a while. Don't forget to like check your production methods. By the way, I kind of forgot to. We only have one paper mill in the whole country. Jeez, dude, that cannot stand. Desperately need more paper. We've been a great power for a while, yeah. We've been a great power for a bit. Make protectorate on Netherlands, which I'm down for. We would put us a little bit high infamy, so maybe we wait for a bit, but protectorate Netherlands would be nice. Grab this, grab nitroglycerin, then we're going to go for dynamite. Dynamite is really good. So one of the best industries in the game, in terms of just like productivity and profits, is condensing engine pump, dynamite, iron mines. They're insane. Seriously, they can't handle criticisms. You suck at the game. Well, I don't have to get that criticism, mostly because I don't suck at the game. But it's more so just that like I had that I added the thing where when you sent some hate line, it would play the voice line of me saying, "Can we get some hate in chat?" And it was happening so often that it was just like flooding my brain, and I was like, dude, I need to turn this off. So if I'm gonna turn it back on, I gotta like make it so that it's I gotta change it to be like not doing that voice line. Austria is number 2 great power. France is now number 8, and in fact they might even go to major power pretty soon. They lost a lot of prestige by losing Occitane and Britain. Nice thing is that there was quite the navy in the Low Countries there, so actually I've got like a significantly larger navy. It's cool. We don't need a second admiral. Let's hire him and get created. Cool. We can probably retire some of the like one of these generals that we don't really need anymore. He's got a sub. He's got a was that a sub or something? Follow. Thanks for the follow, Sir D man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, sir. Like all sides with Siam. Thing. I can't join now, unfortunately. Oh, is he annexing his subjects? Oh shit, they're all trying to get independence. Good luck with that, Siam. Dude, my nose is so itchy. I don't know what's wrong with my nose right now. It's like all itchy. Go mass migrating from Luxembourg into Flanders. It's pretty funny. There's not even many people here to mass migrate, but sure. God, they're gonna have no people here, man. Not gonna be anyone left in Luxembourg at this rate. It's possible to build food without increasing landlord and peasant influence. Yeah, if you get onto commercialized agriculture, that'll help a lot with that. This will help a lot with not increasing the power of farmers and stuff. But to be honest, like, unless you have a very significant portion of your wealth tied up in farmers, you're probably not gonna have a problem with farms increasing the influence of your farmers and stuff, or build it overseas. One thing to remember: if you look at a unincorporated territory, see here that the population strength is cut in half. So if you do, and also most of the time they're going to be discriminated, right? So if you look here, if we were to make like a bunch of rice in Andhra, then basically everyone here would have like no political power. So, yeah. I might even spam down some grain farms here in Sindh just because it would be a very good spot for like to make our breadbasket, right? And these guys aren't gonna have like any political power. Like if you look at the workforce here, these farmers, they're gonna have like they're gonna contribute like almost no clout to their interest group. Political strength is 0 because of discrimination. So just build them overseas. Sure. What is eating up my bureaucracy so much? Fuck. I really need to get the the bureaucracy built here. We're getting to it. We're getting to it. We need more construction, but right now, obviously, our taxes are like disgustingly bad. So, wait a minute. Do colonial administration makes sense like you building puppets? Yeah, I think so. I think that they're reasonable to do. I don't really see the point of it. Like, I'd rather just have the land directly in most cases. But the reason why I make them is because they drag the average SOL down. For example, it looks like my average SOL is like dog shit because I have 9.6. But if you look at our actual incorporated states, we see that we have like 12, 11. This one's bad because we just conquered it. But like over here, these guys are like 9, 9, 8. Oh, 10 is not bad. And then 9 here. Like, that's dragging us down, right? Further incorporate overseas provinces, it can be if you intend to build a lot of manufactories there. Like if you want to sort of build profitable industries that you can tax, because the thing about unincorporated states is you can't tax them, so you don't get any taxes here. Whereas if you incorporate, you'll start getting taxes. So if you plan to build industries where you want to tax the population, then you go for it. Yeah, it also makes sense you're getting tax out of it, because one thing is that the colonial administration will incorporate everything that they have here. So that will let you take a subject payment from them, which means, you know, you can get money out of the colony in a way. But, you know, it's also nice just to rule it yourself. I mean, it's fine. I think that it doesn't really harm nor benefit you that much, in my opinion. Damn, France is already back up to number 7. How are we doing on paper pricing now? I think we probably prioritize the bureaucracies at this point. We really need bureaucracies. Having low bureaucracy really harms your income. So be careful about that. Is Occitania weaker? Because most of the French industry is built in the north, right? So if you look at the GDP map mode, you'll see that GDP-wise, most of it seems to be in Burgundy, Normandy, Lorraine, Ile-de-France, and then you see that like Guyenne, Languedoc, and Provence just aren't really that rich. Not to mention France has like Algeria, it has Corsica, it has parts of Africa. Like, of course they're going to be stronger because they have more overseas stuff. But it's mostly because more of the GDP is concentrated in the north. Like 2 million in Ile-de-France compared to 1 million in Aquitaine, despite the massive difference in, well, it's about the same in population. 2 million in Normandy, be like 800k. Here. More of it's concentrated up here. Like, Franche-Comté is not super good, and it's about as good as, like... it looks like it's probably the worst of them. Okay. Basically, it's just about the fact that the north is more industrialized. Does it make sense to build your barracks overseas in colonies? Mostly not. Just because when you have like the production method on your barracks that requires you to have officers, it's hard to get officers in these areas because they usually are of accepted culture and you don't have a lot of those around. Only servicemen or pops of accepted culture can be officers. So you tend to have trouble with getting officers in overseas barracks. That's the reason why it's not so good. What's up, J-Rad? Maybe better to do something like Sokoto. I could see that being the case, that maybe you release Sokoto and then grant them everything in Africa. Possible that that's better. I haven't messed with that, so I couldn't tell you, but I could see that being the case, yeah. Anyway, I would like to protectorate pretty soon. I think I'll just do it. Go. And then I will also operations, and I think I'll conquer actually, no reason to conquer Luxembourg. Fine. I will call on France, of course. Or not France, sorry, Britain. Spoke. Yeah, that's true. If you have your barracks in colonies, they non-incorporated territories, they won't join revolutions. But like, you know, you shouldn't be having revolutions if you're playing obligation to Prussia. I'm good. Sweden joins the war. That's fortunate, but it's not really a big deal. So what's the chance that they back down here? It's a pretty high chance. We could just add more war goals, hope that they back down. But I think I'm good. I think I'm just gonna conquer Luxembourg, and then I guess we can revoke claims anyway. Maybe they'll back down. Good. Am I getting DEI? What is DEI? Do you mean diversity, equity, and inclusiveness? Is this while going down so hard? Probably just because this place is like is dragging me down. That, or maybe the trade routes with Netherlands being bad, being cancelled. Is Netherlands just better so they can core Benelux? Belgium has a better diplomatic position at the beginning of the game because they're friends with Britain. But also, like, yeah, Netherlands probably just is better. But it doesn't, you know, you can just conquer Netherlands as Belgium and make them protectorate, and then you dominion them, form United Netherlands. Like, it's much easier to, as Belgium, conquer the Netherlands, diplomatically speaking, because of the friendship with Britain, than to, as Netherlands, conquer Belgium. Generally speaking, it's easier. Dutch East Indies. Yeah. When I protectorate the Dutch, the Dutch East Indies are going to become indirectly my subject anyway, so it works out. Occitanian war here. Wonder if we can maybe get a subject. That'd be crazy if we get a protectorate, Occitania. I doubt he'll say yes, but we have a truce, can't even offer to help anyway. Oh, it's an obligation. Nope, not worth it. Good. Alright, fixed up a bureaucracy issue, so that's good. Budget should be better now. Belgium does have skirmish infantry, that's true. Belgium does have better tech. That's kind of based. I don't really care if they keep the claim on, like, Flanders, so I'm just going to propose peace deal where they don't lose their claim. There you go. Now we have the Netherlands as a protectorate. We're going to bring in improved relations. They're very upset with me, which is reasonable. Let's try to fix that. We basically just need to get them more economically dependent. Here's what we can build on them to do that. We're just going to build up their wood, because their logging camps are probably the most profitable thing they have and the highest GDP. Do that. I think first, though, we probably want to prioritize at least a couple more administrations. Don't have to do like a ton, but at least 2 more. Be nice. Who's attacking the Pope? It looks like the 2 Sicilies are support. It looks like, yeah, there's bankrolls galore here. Everyone's getting bankrolled to help in this war. And the 2 Sicilies and the Pope find themselves on other ends of the war. Pretty cringe, not gonna lie. French war ups are pretty good. Bad, not bad. I could puppet Orissa, but I don't really want to right now because I don't want to spike the Dutch Liberty Desire. Could help with his Liberty Desire a little bit. How's our market? This is our market, by the way. So each of these still have their own market for now, but that'll fix itself because he'll eventually give up the market when he sees that it's reasonable to keep. Best trade policy? I like free trade. I'm a free trade guy because just more trading is usually good. But protectionism can be okay. I'd say mercantilism is only good for corn laws. And isolationism is funny, but usually isn't that good. The extra authority from isolationism is not. Overall, I'd say it's not super good. We have a lot of Chinese immigrants here, which is great. That's more labor to use back here. The big reason why, so in terms of why migration is kind of like based and probably better than spreading your industries out, is that so these 200,000 Min workers that previously were in Fujian, like you might say, okay, why wouldn't you just build like jobs for them over here? And that's like the obvious answer to that is, well, it's unincorporated, so we can't tax it. That's one answer. Okay. Another one is like, well, you know, there's like, what would you call it? It's like there might be turmoil here, you know, so there's less, it's like harder to build, although there's no turmoil here in this case. But the big reason why ultimately you prefer to sort of centralize your population into one spot is that Wallonia here has local access to coal, iron, sulfur, lead, and wood. That's important because the local price for this good is going to be much lower because we produce so much of it here. So every time I make an industry that uses any of these goods, we're paying less on the input goods because there's local production of it. Not to mention, there's the throughput bonus from the economy of scale. So because we have all of the industries built in one spot, we're going to get a larger throughput bonus, which means more profits. So it's generally better to centralize populations into one state if you can, rather than spreading them around. I can't think of any reason why you wouldn't want to do it. Nothing off the top of my head anyway. Yeah, this is Fortnite. Found it. Fortnite. Let's see, we could get a trade agreement with the Heavenly Kingdom. We want to, like... I don't really care about this war. I could, like, help, but whatever. Looks like the Aristocratic Revolt is going to win, at least. We're almost as high as Austria in terms of GDP. Not too far behind Britain either. How long have I been streaming, by the way? Been 3.5 hours? Okay, okay, not bad, not bad. So I'm amazed at our viewers, though. I think I have an untapped viewer market on YouTube when it comes to streaming, man. Even the Twitch views are not bad, but, bro, 172 people watching on fucking YouTube right now? For real? To watch me play Victoria 3? You kidding me? People are monsters. Oh, we got some Bretons coming to Flanders. Oh yeah, man. We can try to pass public health insurance. This is super based. Don't leave. I'm not gonna leave yet, but maybe relatively soon. 150 of those are my alt account. True. Anyway, mods to recommend, dude. I don't even play mods in Victoria 3. I literally like don't even use any mods, which much to the chagrin of my viewers who want me to play mods, I just like don't, because there's already so much to do in regular Victoria 3 if you ask me. I will eventually look at some mods though once I get like tired of base Victoria 3. You guys gotta understand, okay? I may have to leave soon, if only because it's BC Day, okay? It's BC Day. So, you know, we gotta, it's my day off, technically. It's a provincial holiday in British Columbia. Can you believe that? It was a provincial holiday today, and I'm streaming? I can't believe it. You have Canada Day, BC Day, do you even have Surrey Day? We don't have Surrey Day, unfortunately. That'd be cool, though. I'd be down for, like, a municipal holiday. Kind of bussin'. And we're expanding construction because our balance is relatively positive, and we have an investment pool building up, so let's build to construction. What's my watch time slot from you? Well, I don't really stream. I haven't streamed a lot recently because I was so focused on making YouTube videos for a while. But it's just that, like, I haven't streamed a lot in the past time. But I'm like, damn, I didn't think there'd be so many viewers ready to watch a live stream. Maybe because it's like a beginner-friendly video. Ranking is France. I think they're number 6. Yeah, they're 6. Not bad. Yeah, this is about when I normally stream, but I just haven't been streaming a lot lately. It was so hot recently. That was a big reason why I wasn't streaming lately. It was just way too hot. It's one thing to like work on a YouTube video, and that's like, you know, that's like tough when it's really hot. Like, okay, that kind of sucks. It's super hot out, you know, whatever. It's another thing to have to do so. Or sorry, to work on a YouTube video in the heat is one thing, because every time I get like too hot and need to take a break, I can go like quickly cool off and have a shower or something, whatever, right? But when I'm streaming, I can't have like any kind of break from the heat, right? I'm just stuck here. But now it's not too hot, so So that's been nice. I haven't changed my production methods, guys. I've been throwing. When I'm streaming, I pay so much less attention to like what I'm doing. It's crazy. I haven't changed like any production methods. I'm not gonna do nitroglycerin because I don't like killing my pops. But other than that, we're good. There we go. Should be using up the investment production to go. We have a theocrat in charge, which is funny. We could, in theory, try to pass like a theocracy. Now, theocracy, unfortunately, is like objectively the worst possible government you can have because you can't abdicate from a theocracy. But it's a good meme though. What companies would you recommend? So that's interesting. Companies are very contextual, and there's a lot of different companies that have a lot of different benefits. Where like if you conquer a particular place, you can get their stuff. So generally speaking, it's going to depend on what you make the most in your country, but anything that gives bonuses to like iron and coal, so like resources where there's a limited number of them, is super good. So for example, this Bolkow Vaughn and Co. would be super good because steel, coal, and iron is a very good set of things to give bonuses to. And it sucks that its prosperity bonus isn't that good. Shipyards are kind of whatever. Another one that's kind of good would be like, you know, something like good one here. Mitsui is nice because, again, clothes, fertilizer, and lead. These are pretty good industries to get bonuses on. Tata is good. Clothes and steel, plus you get construction progress and throughput on construction. This is very nice. What do we need to make this? We need Bombay. That's unironically kind of worth going for because we can get Bombay pretty easily. Bombay is this, by the way. Oh, they managed to incorporate it. No. Now it costs more to me. Damn, should have conquered it earlier. Skill issue. Fine. But TV shows religiously related to history or economy? Not really, no. I don't really watch a lot of TV. I just don't really like. I have time for it. I just don't do it. What I do is, and call this autistic, okay? I accept the autism accusation for this. I mostly just rewatch Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul over and over again. Every like, I want to say 2 or so months, I just rewatch them, like both shows. It takes a while to get through them, but I keep them on in the background while I do stuff, and then just check in here and there. That's mostly what I do when it comes to TV. Just rewatching Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. And occasionally, the first season of Suits, but not the rest of it. Suits kind of fell off to me after the first couple seasons. So we watched the first season of Suits. Autism is a superpower? True. So true and real. Those are confessions? Yeah, true, true. Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly beating the autism allegations of how I play, okay? But this. We don't need all this information. Get the logging camps going in Netherlands. Maybe a couple years till this all builds, but that's fine. Peaky Blinders, the alpha male memes. Yeah, the memes make it pretty good, but I haven't actually seen Peaky Blinders. I assume it's probably a good show, because it wouldn't be popular if it wasn't, but I haven't watched it. Oh, Italy formed. They got their own power block. I probably should make my power block, shouldn't I? That's really cringe that Britain took Hanover again. I should make a power block, but it's like... eh. If I were to, I could do like a sovereign empire. Religious convocation is a good meme. Got down for just making a sovereign empire. Let's call it the Benelux system. It's for something. It looks so stupid. I love it. Or whatever. I guess you're number 3 right off the bat. That's pretty good. But that's ideological union. I'm being honest, like there kind of really isn't much. Ideological union kind of just like really sucks. But if I'm being charitable, I mean, I guess you get the enactment time down. And creative legislature is okay. Pretty bad to be honest. If your capitalists are spamming fine arts, then you need to just build things, like you need to make an incentive to make industries that are profitable. For example, if you want capitalists to make more furniture, then build lots of wood, hardwood, tools, and whatever else you need in order to make furniture so that the capitalists see profit there. If you're having a lot of issues, like for example, these furniture is the most productive in the game right now. So my capitalists probably will expand these eventually. Maybe not right away. It's probably somewhere in the queue. Well, it looks like not. But you want to make it so that your capitalists want to build things that you want to build by making those things profitable. British Qualification is good for memes. British Qualification is unironically good for memes because it's really funny to do that. And then Sovereign Empire and Trade League are like the best options, and then the Military Treaty is good for if you're doing Infamy maxing. This one is good for Infamy max. Want to go aggressive coordination 3 and get if you don't care about Infamy anymore, you just generate all the Infamy you want, and you just get more maneuver cost for the diplomatic play initiator down, which is really nice. I'm gonna rival Italy and France. Yep. I'm friends with Prussia and Britain. Those are my buddies. Check our trade routes, get rid of all the unproductive ones. I don't care about them. Which strategy chose the power block? It's shown your capital at least. It's shown wherever you build one. So if I go down here and I build one power block statue, which by the way these are worth building by the way because they give decree cost down, which does make them pretty nice. They'll appear in that spot, so we'll build them because they're good. Thanks for the follow because it's cool. Appreciate it. Add some chunk taxes. Sure. This one. Good. Is our guy, like, do you have a trait? Cruel? Yeah, so cruel is... Oh, that's why the standard of living went down. For the guy who was asking, so I was curious, when the guy that asked why standard of living was going down, I was like, why is that happening? I didn't have an answer, so I didn't say anything because I didn't want to, look bad, obviously. It's because of cruel. When you have a cruel king, it's -1 standard of living across the board. That's why. Because I was like, yeah, why did I lose, like, an entire standard of living point from conquering the French Low Countries? This is why. This guy gained cruel, which is not a good trait, I will say. Not super good, but it does give the consumption tax cost down. That's not too bad. How do we get insane amounts of construction in the early game? It's by going laissez-faire and getting a bunch of investment pool. Because basically most of the cost of my... Also nice, healthcare is going to help with the cruelty. Most of the cost of my construction, although in this case it's not because my investment pool isn't that good, will in theory be taken up by the private sector, but obviously it's not working. In this case I don't have enough investment pool for it, but yeah. So they increase SOL, but King is a donkey. Yeah, exactly. Thankfully healthcare will come in and save the day. The nice thing about healthcare is it gives flat SOL. So the thing is, public healthcare is like the best one because it gives SOL to everybody, including the upper strata, the lower strata, and the middle strata. Charity hospital is okay. Gives standard living to the lower strata who need it the most. Private health insurance is ass. Because flat standard living to the capitalists who already have like between 30 and 50 standard living is pretty pointless. So this is pretty useless. I don't like private health insurance at all, but public is best. Charity's okay. Charity's alright. Yeah, it's okay. Dynamite tech is here. Dynamite is huge. Dynamite is absolutely insane. Let's get shift work next. Tip for passing public health. Do it early in the game when you still have a strong Catholic Church, or whatever the name of your religious folk will be in your run. Because they will support it. If you have no healthcare, they'll support going to public healthcare. If you don't do it early, then the religious folk become weak. You have to wait till the trade unions are powerful. If you want to strengthen your religious folk, go to your urban centers, and never mind. If you have state church, you can do state-run churches, but you can also go to your universities if you have any. You switch it to clerical educators to generate clergymen, and on your administration, you go to administrative clergy to generate clergymen. This way, you can get a bunch of clergymen, basically. That's what you do to increase the power of your religious folk. If you really want to increase it by a lot, you make a religious convocation power block. That'll help you. But yeah, those obviously aren't super good. Anyway, once these statues are done, we'll have a lot more authority, which is nice, because we do have a lot of decrees down, so reducing the cost of all my decrees by quite a bit is really nice. This will give us like 100 extra authority, and then another 100, so 200 more authority for one of these statues build, which is nice. So switching to, so what you're talking about, I assume, is like when you get, on like furniture and clothes, you have the option to produce, same and with glass, you have the option to produce like a secondary good. I probably should produce this. The thing is that, like, see how glass suddenly is way more expensive? This probably isn't a good idea. We're gonna go something in the middle. You want to be careful about producing too much luxury goods with these kind of systems, or these kind of production methods. Because if you produce too many, then you're going to lose your profits, right? So here, for example, I could make more luxury furniture, but it's not going to be very profitable. Generally speaking, the middle one is like not a very good option because you're kind of producing not a lot of either of them. The better thing is to have, like, in the case of Belgium, it's convenient. You should pick one state where you're going to have, like, let's say it would be Flanders. I'd have like 20 furniture manufacturers that only make regular furniture, and then in Wallonia, I'd have like 20 that would produce that would use this production method. That way you get like a nice balance. Where you plan to expand on the world map? Probably not just more of India. Like, literally India is like all I need. Like, India's got all the resources, all the pops, all that I could ever need. It's better to put everything in one province if you can. You can't always do that though, right? So, like for example, we have all these local goods here, so it's very good to put this here. Also, we should dynamite this. Of course, the explosives are going to be very expensive, so... Yep. You want to put everything into one state if you can, if there's good local goods. So, for example, I'll show you in a second what like a good spot and a bad spot for building everything up would be. A bad spot to build up a lot of stuff would be in Holland. And that's because, like, we have nothing here that's good for local prices. So, like, logging camps, you have 4 of them, so it's not a lot of local logging. Fish isn't really used for anything except for groceries, and you don't have any plantation goods. Compare that to Wallonia, which has coal, iron, lots of wood, lead, and sulfur. The reason why that matters is if we look at, for example, this steel, okay? The steel is buying coal and iron, but look at how the price in Wallonia is cheaper than the price in the whole market. This is because of the market access price impact. It's a lot mappy, okay? We only get 85% of the potential orders from the total market because of the market price impact. Market access price impact, there you go. But locally, it's always 100%, so we get access to the entire set of iron and coal goods from here. So you want to stack it up in a spot that's good. This is a good spot to stack it up. This is not a good spot to stack it up. One of the most legendary provinces of stacking stuff up is right here in Shaanxi. This is amazing right here. 116 coal, 96 iron, 48 sulfur, 7 logging. Not much logging, but it's okay. And later you get oil. Plus you have arable land, so you can get immigration. In this case, obviously, they already have millions of peasants, so it's good. But you can get immigration out the wazoo over here. It's crazy. Same goes for something like, say, I think it's Delhi? No, maybe Bihar? Bihar is also good for the coal. I'm thinking of, there's a state around here that's also very good for this. I think it's Andhra, yeah. This is not bad, because you have the iron, the coal, and the wood. Echo on mic. Interesting. It might be because of, just like a noise outside. Hold on, I'm gonna close my window. Wait, doing the funny? Yeah, I know what it is. 1 second. there's someone like angle grinding outside and it was making a lot of noise. Better now. How do you know how to build things? Well, it's because I know like what the direction of my market's going to be, right? I know it's going to become expensive. If you plan your economy nicely, which the game helps you with by giving you these convenient little numbers, right? I don't know what's happening. I don't look outside my house, but there's often like some dude who will just be like, who will have like it sounds like an angle grinder, and he'll just be like cutting some metal or something like at many hours of the day, and I don't know what he's doing, and it's like really annoying. But so I gotta close my window. Stuff is good. It should be good now, just because there's a lot of noise outside, so it was making my mic act up. You have to plan your economy, right? So I know that I'm going to be building a lot of iron, and I'm building it because it's profitable. So because I'm building iron, I know I'm going to need explosives, so I'm going to build some explosives, and I just keep on like planning ahead, right? And this number tells you when you're not going to need anymore. And this number takes into account the future impact of queued construction. So like it takes into account that like I have all this stuff building already. So it's like, yeah, it'll do a good job of predicting for me what's going to be profitable in the future. Don't look outside. The autism actually just keep building up. They really do. My hobby's just randomly grinding iron bars. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what it is. It's just, some guy has like he's got like a metal workshop in his backyard or something nearby. I don't look outside, so I don't know. Only time I go outside, I go out through like so the way that my suite is I'm renting an apartment in like a house. The door that leads outside leads to like the backyard of the house. So I go out through the backyard and out like the back fence. So I don't have to look out the front of the house. So I go out the back through like a back alley, and that gets me to like, you know, the road that I can use to go to the store and stuff. So we got a demand to attack Japan, and I'm like, sure, why not? Let's conquer like Kyushu or something. Kyushu's a nice state. No. And you know what? I was gonna say I want the investment rights, but no, I can't get them. Probably because we're looking at treaty port. Get Britain in here to help. So Kyushu is a nice state, because they've got coal, which is good, but they've also got dyes and silk and cotton. It's like really nice stuff to use for bringing back home. I prefer colonial exploitation personally, but it depends. So the reason why you might want resettlement is, let's say for example, Sakhalin. Sakhalin has like no pops. I don't want to put migrants in there. The reason the Sakhalin's a good example of colonial resettlement might be good. Let's say for example, I thought, okay, Sakhalin's a super good state. Look at all this stuff it has. It's got iron and coal and lumber, and it's gonna have oil later in the game. It's super good. So I'm gonna go colonize it, and then I'm gonna put a greener grass treaty thing on it, decree, while it's unincorporated. And because colonial resettlement gives extra migration attraction to unincorporated states, we're gonna see pops like flooding in here, right? And that's good, because then we can get more pops here in the state that we want to build up. Then once it's got enough pops, I incorporate it, and now I've got a really strong new state. But I think in general, like, it's usually better to just build up your own home states, because unless you're a tiny country, like, well, what's funny, if you're a tiny country, you don't have the pops to migrate with. But if you're a big country, then you don't need new places to put pops. Like, if you're Britain, you've already got, like, the Midlands, which is an amazing state. You've already got Yorkshire, which is also amazing. Like, all of these states, like, England never has to worry, because like, Midlands, Yorkshire, and Lancashire are, like, insanely good states. So you don't really need to bother resettling. But I much prefer to have exploitation, usually. In this case, I actually have no colonial affairs. GIGACHAD. Yeah. Does something cause less revolts and infamy? I don't think so, no. Because if you just make jobs for the pops that are there, then they won't revolt anymore. Give them work to do. Let them prosper, you know? Have a good market. Establish an embargo? Sure. Just rival Austria, fuck it. What else can I rival? I mean, I kind of want more rivals just because it's like free infamy. Rival America. Go wrong. They still haven't even defeated Mexico. GIGACHAD. Does it really matter? Yes, it does. Because standard of living determines how much your pops consume. So when the pops consume more, it increases the profitability of basically every industry indirectly, eventually. Ugh, come on, Japan. Why you gotta have, like, actual... Why you gotta be, like, having defense? Okay. Britain will surely come to my aid, eventually. Are they in another war, maybe? They're just being lazy. Yeah, like, generally speaking, if you just give them jobs, they'll get rich, and then they'll be able to buy goods, and they'll be happy. So it's fine. You don't have to worry about, like, appeasing them. Well, you appease them through the jobs you generate. Yeah, those are good income taxes. This was not equal wealth level. That's true. It does not equal that, but they're usually very correlated. They're generally extremely correlated. Like, if a pop has higher wealth, they will buy goods that will increase their SOL. Land in Sakhalin first, maybe. Oh, never mind, it's part of the same HQ. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. We can start conscripting a little bit, I guess. Japan can sometimes be a tougher nut to crack than it might look. Fortunate. Is 7 conscripts. Let's go to, like... Good, and then we'll get a bigger navy. Force for naval invasion. I'm just gonna see if Britain wants to eventually do a naval invasion. China's never gonna get recognition. They're not gonna get recognition. They're not gonna... Even if they won this war, they would only be getting 1 war goal on them. It's not gonna be recognition. I wish Britain wouldn't be so lazy, man. Come on. Raise that army, dude. More healthcare. Helps the hospitals to not consume more. I think I don't know if they will or not. Let me check actually if they're gonna end up consuming more. We check like this guy, for example. His SOL is being inflated by healthcare. Where is it? Where do I even... Yeah, here. There you go. 1.5 from the health system. I think because he has a higher SOL, he's going to be willing to spend more of his money on stuff. It's hard to say, but either way, SOL is good, also because it creates loyalists. That's also a big thing. When you increase SOL, you gain more loyalists and reduce radicals. Also a big part of why it's good. Do a little bit of here. We do be needing a larger navy anyway, so that's probably good. Even if this war drags on for a long time, it's fine. I have to wait for infamy to go down anyway. So I'm happy just to sit around and build up a navy while I'm at war with Japan. He is getting a bigger and bigger army though as he conscripts more and more. To be honest, I wonder if he's taking on debt for this. Doesn't look like it. He probably isn't. Vic 2 or Vic 3? I haven't played Vic 2. I've only played Vic 3, so I couldn't tell you about Vic 2. Is AI Ching as bad as the historical one? They tend to actually be a bit better than the historical one, I think. They used to be way even worse because they'd only build bureaucracy, but they fixed them so they don't just spam bureaucracy anymore. Great Suzerain? I've heard of it, but I haven't played it. I've heard of it, though. Looks alright. Other ones are going to become loyal slowly but surely. A lot of troops. In fact, we probably shouldn't make as many of these. And we should do more cavalry. I think that is actually a better move. It's too many. Okay. So, there you go. The cav will do a good job. Maybe actually we just like cut the... Can't have. We're not gonna have ships to be able to support an army that big. That is a massive Japanese army. They're just conscripting to all hell. What's my... I probably should put military wages up to increase our recruitment rate. Then is armed forces happy? Not quite. We try to pass a law for them. What would they like? Police? Secret police? Censorship, yeah, let's go with that. I like censorship. Quote me on that, please. Alright, see you later, Arclight. It's okay. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it, sir. Who did I just hire? That's not good. Let's get this guy to be his own formation. Let's see if we can land 32. Changes I wanted to make to the laws and institution system. I'm not even sure, to be honest. I feel like there's changes that I want, but I can't articulate them right now. I don't have like a list in my head of exact changes that I'd like to see, but I know that I'd like to see changes. That's for sure. There we go. We're getting some W's here. Like the major priority should probably be more on changing to how diplomatic plays work, more so than focusing on like, I don't know, other stuff. Diplomatic plays are really disappointing. I think that closed borders means that you can't pull pops out even with the migration principle. I'm pretty sure you still can't pull pops out with that. Bring the Great War System in Vic 2 back? Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about the Great War System in Vic 2, but I just know that, like, they had a Great War System. Probably should bring something like that back, yeah. Wait, is he his own heir? Bro, I have my own king is my own heir? Excuse me? How did this happen? King Leopold of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. And then the heir. See, he's ruler, heir apparent, and politician. Okay, yeah, alright, we take those. There's France. There's Britain finally coming in. Lazy. I'm not gonna win any more battles now because we lost our manpower, unfortunately. I'm gonna support regime on Netherlands to reduce their... He has a clone? I guess so. I guess he has a clone. Let's just stop this naval invasion because we're just wasting manpower right now. Of course. Mods do you recommend? I don't really use any mods for Victoria 3, so I don't really have any to recommend. But I'm sure there are good ones out there. I don't really know any good ones off the top of my head. I don't use them. But I know Victoria 3 has some fun ones, like Divergences. Divergences is a classic one people like. Works one kind of poorly for me, but it is what it is. Will eventually come out on top. Just give it time. How do you ask a country to give it back if it's from another country? You can't. Not that I know of anyway. Russia took Korea, which is funny. Not gonna white peace. We're gonna push this way. Looks like Britain is managing to land. Let's get in that. Let's try to help out there. Can I split off like this guy? 42 units. Yeah, 42. I mean that's a slightly too many for the invasion, but it's okay. Hopefully, 3 more ships will come up soon and fix that. Britain is landing. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job. Good job, Britain. Really just carrying me this whole game. A good pick for like a total noob is like honestly Sweden or Belgium. They're good picks for noobs because they're both pretty like isolated and just kind of do their own thing, you know. And you have a lot of options. You don't have like you're not really like locked into stuff. Russia could be surprisingly tough for a new player because you have a lot to. Austria is surprisingly hard to take on, especially if Russia's against you. And then another good one might be something like, this is if you just want to build up like an economy, do nothing else. It's like maybe like Cuba even. Cuba can be a good lesson in like, you know, because you have like all you need to industrialize, which is, you know, iron, coal, and wood. And then you can sort of build up an economy there. But playing as a subject can be scary for new people, right? So maybe it's not the best. But it can be surprisingly good. There's a really cool player mod for Greece and Byzantium. I've heard of it. I've heard of that mod. People recommended it to me before. To answer a question someone asked me on Discord. If you want to ask me a question, not getting to it, just ping me on Discord. It usually works. I might not see it right away, but I'll just see it eventually. The steel railway cars is really good because the steel passenger carriages gives you a lot more transportation per worker. And it's really, really strong. I'd highly recommend that. You always export every goods cheap in your market and green in productivity. Sometimes when I do, I see my budget drop. You probably shouldn't always do it, no, but it can be... It's like... Sometimes you want a good to be kind of cheap, right? But for example, something like clothes, this is an interesting sort of push and pull, right? If clothes are cheap, that means that pops can buy them for less, and that's good for standard of living. But it means that the industry makes less money. So, for example, if I were to import some clothes from Britain, right? We'll see that this will affect the profits on this industry will go down. You see it already has by a little bit. Not a lot. We're not like destroying the clothes industry by importing from Britain because we have a pretty strong local industry. But the price will go down a little bit. And then the pops, interesting, the profits have gone up, funny. But really proving my point nicely here. There it is, it's down now. The profits will go down, but the pops will be able to buy more. So the pops benefit, but the industry loses out when you do that. So it's like a question of, well, depends on the good, right? You never really, I'd say, want an expensive, like, iron mine. Like, usually you want, like, iron to be cheap, because you're usually spending money to, like, build. And iron is usually what you're spending money on. It just depends. It just depends what you're going for. Architect Summit will be so profitable, just because, you know, clothes are relatively expensive, as are luxury clothes. They're kind of expensive, and these input goods are cheap. Silk is cheap, dyes are cheap, you know, tools are cheap. Fabric is relatively cheap. You know, everything is cheap and the clothes are expensive. Please make a VOD channel on YouTube. Well, all the VODs go on my regular channel. We just gotta find them. They're there. They're around. Russia is attacking Japan now. We got Kyushu. Good. Is there a port here? There is a port here. Good. French Republic is here, by the way. Under Adolphe Thiers. Or Thiers? I don't actually know how you'd say this name. Thiers, because it'd be Thiers if there was like a accent grave on the E. I think it's Thiers. I'd say that name. Or as we'd say in American, it's Adolphe Thiers. We'd say in American. Adolphe Thiers. Need more convoys? I do. I can also just cancel some trade routes though. Although we don't actually use different trade routes, so we need more convoys. Well, we can also make more convoys by... This probably presumably was using anchorage. But yeah, we do want more convoys. We don't need a ton more, but a little bit more. We got some queued up though, wait till it gets to the queue. We're almost done our SE, we're almost done our next couple ports. We're almost there. Nice. There you go. There's censorship. Cool. We can get another consumption tax, which again, notice how these consumption taxes are on stuff like services, which are again consumed mostly by by rich people. Opium, which opium is consumed by pretty much every pop, but it's okay. It's not like it's not a big deal just to do like one little thing. And then luxury clothes are only consumed by rich people, 15 to 99. Tax tea, rich is mostly a rich people thing, 15 to 99, and then furniture, 15. That way we're not taxing our low level people. We have rubber lands right now. I don't think we have any rubber available, but we're not going to need it for a bit. We're eventually going to get rubber over here in Siam. They're going to get rubber eventually, but it's going to be a while. We don't need it yet, though. It's okay. We'll eventually go to the Congo. Like, we can just conquer the Congo right now, actually. That'd probably be pretty based. They're just getting rid of our relation. Netherlands are getting there in terms of losing the individual desire. We need to get them to a dominion, then we can form United Netherlands. That'll annex them fully. Netherlands at war? Yeah, it's fine. They're just doing they're probably just fighting like a native rebellion or something. Be a big deal. Oh, they're conquering Benin and making a protector in Oyo. Damn, that's actually super based for me. So one thing that's interesting, this is like a small thing that probably won't matter in like 95% of runs. Whenever you click the form button on like a tag like this, every state that the country you're forming with owns becomes an incorporated state, which means that Netherlands are going to conquer Benin, and they're probably not going to incorporate it. That's what I would imagine. And then when I incorporate with them, they're going to I'm going to get Benin as an incorporated state, which is hilarious. Don't want universal suffrage? Not really. I want autocracy. Going hard. Anyway, we have the village to Congo, so we can conquer them. Congo is like an amazing source of rubber, as you would expect. History do be a thing. Band all these armies, put them back together. Get in position before the war. I don't think anyone's going to do anything about this war. No one, I mean, it looks like Spain might join it. In case, bring it on, I guess. Spain, I'll just call in Britain. Love giving states to Portugal as Spain to get a huge incorporation. Exactly, yeah. That's one thing you can do is grant a bunch of land to Portugal, and then once you integrate them, they'll all become incorporated states. Very powerful, because instant. Normally it would take like 25 years or 21 years to incorporate an African state as a European. Portugal sets the Congo. That's fine. I kind of want to grab Guangdong and Bombay, I guess. Might as well, since Portugal's going to get involved. We could also grab something like, maybe we could grab like Lorenzo Marques, but it's kind of high infamy. Surprised by that. Surprisingly high infamy for that. What about like grab pieces of Angola? I'm good. Classic Belgian moment there? Yeah, kind of. Let's actually focus on capitulating Portugal first, because they're going to take longer than the Congo. So we'll send our naval invasion up there. Portugal has no one in their capital. I think they're moving their troops to defend... Oh, they're doing another war right now with someone else. That's hilarious. They made a very bad time to be at war, because I'm going to get like a free landing in Lisbon, basically. Go do that. That's just like a free landing. Getting the treaty port in China is nice. This will basically give me the treaty port of Macau. And then... Like this. I don't think they're gonna lose the DEI. They'll probably keep them because they have me to protect them if anything ever happens. If there's ever a problem where like the Dutch East Indies break away, although I guess they have a revolt right now, but I think they're gonna have an easy time putting it down. Maybe not though. If this revolt loses, then yeah, then it's bad. But they got Italy's. Oh fuck, Italy's supporting them. I should have paid more attention. We might lose the Dutch East Indies. It's okay if we do though. Yeah, it's fine. I should have paid more attention, but it's okay. We can always reconquer the Dutch East Indies. Not a big deal. Maybe this Portugal is really easy. Like no one there to protect them. And let's go down here. Okay, so it shouldn't take long for Portugal to capitulate. Anyway. How are they looking over here? Are they already like occupied? No, okay, I mean, looks like the revolter tag is being occupied right now. Their capitals be, yeah, looks like they're gonna, looks like the EIC, the DEI is gonna win. Hog. Netherlands are almost down. Good, they're almost at amicable, which will significantly increase the speed at which they lose liberty desire. Great. There we go. Congo's occupied. They should reach that pretty soon. I see that are Bengal beef. Appreciate it. Did I get a haircut? No, my hair is the same. I think right now I haven't showered in a couple days. You know, it is what it is, chat. I haven't showered in a couple days, so my hair is probably like not looking so, you know, fluffy. But I can kind of fix it up a little bit. Maybe that looks a little better. How does that look? Let me look at the camera. Okay. You gotta like, you know, let it out. You know, let him cook. You? Yeah, I know, right? I'm a gamer. Okay. It is. We got Belgium Congo. That's nice. Did Benin did the Dutch are still fighting their war in Benin? Okay. Good luck with that, I guess. Am I here for the tutorial? You can be here for the tutorial if you want. Pair suits a guitarist, to be honest. True. I get the rubber and cut off their hands. Hell yeah, bro. That's what we do, bro. Alright, we got the treaty ports. Nice. Now your treaty port with Qing, which, by the way, the first thing you do whenever you get a treaty port with Qing is you go and sell them opium immediately. Oh, and you gotta export. That trade route is going to be pretty crazy right off the bat. So it should upgrade to like a pretty high level. Up to level 16. It's pretty good. Pretty good. We should encourage exports on it so it goes even harder. Not as necessary. It's not really that necessary. No, not as Belgium. As some countries, like for example, if you're playing with Netherlands, you don't really have like anything to work with resource-wise. Same as Denmark. You have coal here, but you have no iron, so you have to go find iron somewhere. Okay. Denmark, same issue. You have a little bit of wood, and that's like about it. So you gotta go somewhere to go find those resources. As Belgium, though, you've got Wallonia, and Wallonia can basically carry your entire resource industry for like most of the game. Nothing to worry about. There's some society tech. I don't know. I mean, I kind of want like. I don't want any of these. I mean, labor movements. Okay, labor movement's gonna give a lot of power to my trade unions, the researches, which is fine. Then maybe we work on like a civilizing mission to reduce the infinite cost for attacking unrecognized power. Once again, need more ports. Ports do be a constant when you have a big empire like this. We have a Congo secession right after we conquered it. Those secessions are just random, which means that, like, you know, basically we just got unlucky, so we have to do a secession. It is what it is. Got a new mandate. Let's see. You get vassalization too, which just gives more income transfer, or we could get, like, construction. External trade is pretty nice. Colonial offices is good, because then we can get the generation down, but kind of just want, like, maybe vassalization. I don't need the, I mean, the income transfers, how much are we making on income transfer? Not really that much. Maybe it's not worth it. Hard to pick. External trade is nice, so that you can not spend so much bureaucracy, get more competitiveness. I think we do just go construction though, eh? Not really that good though, just 10%. Like it is just really, it's just like objectively good. It's hard to say no to it. Construction, I mean. This one sucks. I don't like at all. Free movement is okay, but we don't have a problem with migration. It's good construction. We don't yet, once we have a problem with peasants, then we want to get migration. But for now, it's like, bro, we still have hundreds of thousands of peasants. We need more construction. I think that's the pick. We do have some Haka migrating here, which is... What does advanced research give? It gives you, like, bonuses to, gives you bonuses to, like, researching ahead of time. And it also gives you, technology spread, innovation investment, this stuff. It's not bad. It's just that it's, like, whatever. Usually, if you just build, like, 50 universities, you don't have to worry about research ever again. Anyway, let's take care of this rebellion. Looks like the DEI did stay within, and they even joined our market now. Which they stayed within our power. That's good. I'm gonna sit on my mines to use explosives now at this point. I think we can. Probably just gonna make everything not profitable for a bit because there's gonna be an explosive shortage. Okay, we'll fix it. Are the Germans unifying? I mean, they're really kind of not unifying right now. Like, I feel like... Did he even win the unification war? I'm not sure if he even did, but he hasn't freed Schleswig-Holstein yet, so he's got to do that first. Italy is its own power block. They are not in the Austrian power block. They're the Imperial Circle. They're chilling. A thing. We're number 3 great power, by the way. That's not bad. We're behind Prussia slightly, and we're actually catching up to Britain. I'm surprised at Britain's lack of prestige, but it's probably because they lost. They probably lost control because they lost control of India. They lost a lot of their prestige. Makes sense. Ally against the Ottomans. I like offer something else. Damn, they want to bankroll me, but they... Hold on. Break it, and then can I get a bankroll? I'd really like to grab a bankroll or something, instead of like just getting called in as an... Who am I considering? I said no to... Oh, there, now it went away. Okay. Oh, but now they don't want to give it to me because we're not allies anymore? Come on, can we just become allies again? Does that work? Yeah, there we go. Bankroll, please. Thank you, Britain. I had to give them obligation for it, but it's totally worth it. How does economic leverage work, and does it give bonuses if you go to war with the country you invest in? Economic leverage does absolutely nothing except for generate leverage for power block purposes. So if we look at Brittany here, I don't think I have any economic leverage over them because I don't have investment rights. But basically, like all that it would do for me getting the economic leverage on them is just give me more leverage for the purpose of the more leverage advantage is what it's called. It doesn't actually do anything. I wish it did stuff. I wish there was a benefit to it, but there's no benefit to it besides getting leverage for the purpose of power block stuff. It really should do something if you ask me, but it doesn't. It doesn't. Definitely. Was the war over? I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't really care. All I do is leave the war the second it starts. Although it looks like he wants the treaty port. Guangdong is this treaty port, right? Or is it? No, so they want to take my treaty port in China. And they want to humiliate me. I'm just going to not participate in the war. I don't really care. I'm getting my bankroll, so whatever happens, happens, I guess. I'll leave my guys to sit in Belgium to keep things safe. We're going to make a lot of money off this British bankroll, which I'm very excited for. See how much we make. Nice little 20k there. Hell yeah. 18.9k. What to keep in mind is that bankrolls are based on your tax income. So if I increase my taxes, the amount of bankroll also increases. This is important because it means you can steal more money from Britain by doing this, basically. It's going after Canada? Yeah, it's some reverse Gallipoli shit, bro. Just works. Pretty sure the Ottomans will lose very handily. Pretty sure anyway. I don't know. Maybe. It has been about 4.5 hours stream, so I'm gonna stop streaming pretty soon, by the way, chat. And then I will I'm gonna cut this VOD a little bit and then add some post commentary to make it a little tutorial video about Belgium. So yeah, that'll be what we do, by the way. For those that are like they missed stuff or anything like that, we will have there will be a YouTube video about this relatively soon. Are we still good on explosives, by the way? Are we gonna get a Burgundy? We are gonna get a Burgundy before the stream ends. It'll be soon. Profitable, that's nice. We just need to make Netherlands a Dominion, then we can get Burgundy. Won't take too much longer. They beat Benin? Did they just like white peace? Oh, they're still at war. Damn, they're still going. I think they're just gonna like eventually white peace against Benin. I don't see them actually winning this war. They just like declared it and then left. Lol. What's the weird orange thing attached to you? You mean the Netherlands? I don't know what you mean. We're gonna incorporate them pretty soon. Take a minute. Like Britain has landed in Constantinople. They're not gonna keep it though, I don't think. Mega campaign tomorrow. I mean, honestly, I could do it, but it's like, dude, the Victoria 3 content is popping off too much. Gotta keep doing Vic 3 for a bit. Oh my god, they landed, bro. Ottomans in Midlands. What the hell, bro? I don't care if Britain loses. As long as I don't lose, I don't care. Like, I just need to protect my home and then I'll be fine. What happened to poor France? I broke them up. I used Britain and Prussia to help me break them up into pieces. They deserved it. I'm gonna do Tanzimat? It looks like it, because they have they kept their great power status and they kept their power block. I do believe that they did complete Tanzimat. They didn't quite conquer enough of Egypt to get it though. They didn't get that Tanzimat entry, but although I think Tanzimat hasn't expired yet. Isn't it expired for like 30 years? Isn't that when it expires? I don't know. They don't have the dead man of Europe, so good for them. This is very funny. Britain getting occupied by like Austria, or what is it? Russia. Here. Funny. Oh, number 3. There's 10 great powers. Dude, this is a world where there's so many great powers. It's crazy. There are 10 great powers in the game. It's 20 years? Okay, in that case, they definitely completed. Where's the Ottoman capital? Is it not? Oh, they don't have their capital in there. Where did they move it? They put it in Ankara, dude. Not in Ankara, sorry, in Kayseri, which is the same state as Ankara, but they don't have their capital in Constantinople. Britain is occupied though. I don't know how they're gonna occupy when this. Oh, I guess never mind. Not -7 is for my side, not for his side. Yeah, of course they're being occupied. Rip Britain. What are the war goals? The Ottomans are gonna get control of like Canada, the Trucial States, and then they're gonna come after me to humiliate me. But I'm just gonna defend my home. Recent patch made it 30. Okay, so it does 6. Okay. Almost there, Netherlands. Almost there. Once I form Burgundy, we're probably gonna stop the run for now. What time is it for me? It's currently 3:34 p.m. It's not that it's super late, just that like I have stuff I have to do today, so it's like I can't be like on stream all day. But you know, I'll be on stream for a bit. 1:34 a.m. Damn. I respect that though. Staying up nice and late. I respect the little night owlness. Number 2 GDP, by the way, just behind Great Qing. So we're basically the highest of the great powers. Go on, they're so close, dude. They're so close. So close to being annexable. You have exams due 6 days? Damn, bro. Skill issue. Imagine having exams. You just get good. I mean, now the war is just against me, but I don't think they're going to be able to invade me. They're going to try. Let's see. Let's make sure to set these guys to defensive. Extra points, and then we'll just try to keep them at bay with my navy, to be honest. We should be able to hold them back with the navy. See? My navy's pretty good. It's not amazing, but it's certainly not bad. I'd rather not lose my Chinese treaty port, but even if I do, it's not a big deal. At the end of the day, we're just going to form Burgundy and call it there, probably. But the reason why I say just a bit when it comes to being behind China's GDP is that our GDP is growing significantly fast. Look at his GDP line. So look at this. Okay. Oh my god, bro. Thank you. Look at this GDP line. And look at my GDP line. I'm going to catch up pretty fast. It's not going to take long until I'm at the Chinese GDP. Ottoman Canada? Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of. It's the smallest parts of Canada, but yeah. That is pretty funny, gotta say. I'm pretty sure you can never naval invade me and we'll just eventually capitulate. Same goes for Russia. Netherlands, okay, we can do it. Decrease autonomy. Then we can click this. From Netherlands. Now we are Burgundy. Now it says they leave the Benelux system, but they don't actually leave it. It just says that for. Yeah. Now we are Burgundy. Not cool. This is our market. Very nice looking. Number 2 great power, by the way. 63. Okay, we can definitely inflate our prestige real quick if we just start conscripting. We can get to number 1. Hold on, watch this. We're gonna hit number 1 GD. We're gonna hit number 1 power real quick. We're just gonna inflate it by making conscripts, because remember that conscripts increase everything. I want to hit number 1. I think it'll be funny to be number 1 great power. Why is Britain so low, man? There you go, number 1. Boom, number 1 great power in 1863. As Burgundy. Obviously, we don't own Burgundy. Burgundy's down here. You know, that'd be a fun thing to go after, like the real Burgundy eventually. But I think that's pretty good for like a Belgium tutorial. Okay, hit number 1 great power in like 1863. Didn't take long, you know. I'm gonna cut this video, and I'm not gonna like upload just like a straight cut VOD for the YouTube channel. I'm gonna add some post commentary and kind of discuss more about some of the lessons that we learned in this this little tutorial thing. But basically, like, we secured a bit of India to get resources that we didn't have. We mostly focused on building up our capital area. So you'll notice like we still have so many peasants, still don't have enough construction. We have so many peasants to work through. We'll have to get more construction to make this work. There's something to be said for the strategy of just maxing out taxes. So for example, it could be reasonable to click this and then go like, and then just go ham, like just go bam, like this, just max everything out. This could be reasonable to do. Like, expect the video probably within like a day or two. It won't take long to make. Like, honestly, like this wouldn't be too bad of a strat. I tend to not like going super high taxes for beginners though, just because you're gonna end up with a lot of radicals, and it can be hard to know how to deal with radicals because they're gonna be wanting revolutions and they're gonna be like problematic. Whereas, as you can see, with a very low tax strategy, okay, like I didn't do much taxation. I only went to 170 construction points. You can get to number one GDP. Well, number one GDP is a bit harder because China's so big, but you can get to number one great power relatively quickly and easily. Had we joined the British Empire before Manchus, we could have actually taken over the whole British market, which could have been pretty crazy. Could have taken over like the whole British power block, which could have gone pretty hard, but it is what it is. It's not a big deal. Either way, has been Belgium. All, you know, max tax, abdicate, plus resign is super powerful. Yes, it certainly is. It's just that for new players, I don't imagine it'd be as attractive. I think it'd feel more like it requires more finesse, I guess you could say. Whereas I think this is a very approachable strategy. I think a lot of new players can easily emulate. It's like, hey, drop in as Belgium, build up some stuff. You know, you don't have to do like, because to be honest, you don't have to do like the Opium War plus free India thing, because this stuff wasn't even necessary. You could totally just like Opium War and grab like one Chinese state for the dyes and the silk, and then like use Britain to help you fight Siam, use Britain to help you fight like the Congo, whatever. You don't even need a lot of stuff. You've got everything you need right here. At some point, Protectorate, the Netherlands, you learn a little bit subject stuff, you know, that kind of thing. Laikam Salam, Watauba. By the way, we're gonna call it here though. We're gonna find someone to raid. Is Generalist streaming? That's the real question. Is my boy Generalist streaming? I don't think he is. Fuck. Come on, Generalist. Come on, Generalist. Can't do this to me. Of course he wouldn't be streaming. Okay. In that case... I don't think we are gonna raid. I don't think we really have anyone to want to raid today. In that case, we're just gonna call the stream here. It was really fun though, chat. I really appreciate all of you. I hope you had a good time on the stream. Make sure to check out the Discord for anyone that has questions. Okay, if you have questions about how strategies or anything like that, just come into my Discord. Okay, !point Discord. Or if you're on YouTube, then scroll to the description and check out the link to the Discord and just ping me or something. Like I'm pretty much available most of the day. I'll try to answer questions. If I really can't figure something out from what you tell me, just send me a save file. I can even look at your save file. I've done that before for some people in the Discord. I'll be happy to give whatever advice I can. Either way, I'll make a video about this pretty soon. So yeah, we're gonna end the stream. Okay, boys? It's good to see all of you. Thank you for tuning in.
Forsaken soul won't be enslaved. The stories engraved in our caves.